All right, let's see shorts. I've restarted the stream on everything else. Here we go. Just bring that up. Shorts, I need to know, I need to hear from you. Do you see me? Do you hear me? Do you perceive me? Because the short stream should have stayed. Oh, we're there, we're there, we're there, we're good, we're good. Shorts, we're there, right? Are we good? Shorts never went away, right? Sashi, British Irene is great. British AI Irene? Did I miss a dono or something? That's usually when she comes up. We see and hear you, we perceive. Awesome, awesome. Okay, so I've restarted the stream on the other things, but it's like, I hate it when this happens. Breaking news, Trump guilty. It reverted. I don't understand. Why does it revert to like that in particular? We gotta fix the stream. We gotta add this in. Add that in. Add the thumbnail. Come on, come on, come on. Oh no. Oh no. What is going on? I don't even understand this. Oh my God. Oh my God. Fuck. I don't know. Oh my God. This is so confusing. It says that I've got 3 streams up. That should not be going on. Okay, I know what I have to do. Maybe end the stream. Okay, now I've got 1 marked shorts that shouldn't be. I'm gonna take shorts off of that. Sorry, chat. I'm just like trying to fix everything in the background. What happened? Good, great question. See, if I explain it to you, actually what happened, it'll be confusing. But and I don't entirely know. The upload capacity went to 0, right? So, like, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. I could still download. I could not upload. So my stream out to the world, right? Like, okay, so you got download and you got upload, right? This is me watching the Roseanne video with Marjorie Taylor Greene, download, right? And this is me putting out the stream to you, upload, all right? So out of these two, this one went down. This one went down to like nothing, right? It went down to there was like less than 1 megabyte per second being able to be uploaded, right? And after a certain amount of time, it kills the stream, right? It's like and it can't come back. So oh my god, why am I trying to explain this to you? I don't entirely understand it myself. I don't know why that happened. I don't know how that happened. It's a really weird thing. Like, I understand the internet intermittently going out. I don't understand the upload going out, but the download being okay. Let's put Roseanne back on.
Seriously, it's like, where are these kids?
And I'm going to try to fix everything in the background.
Round them up and they're selling it. I'm not kidding.
She's not. She says she's not kidding.
We're going to have to take over the FDA and do an investigation on that.
I'm telling you, they are as you
take over the FDA and do an investigation. Can you imagine Trumpites taking over the FDA? Oh my God, why? Sorry, there's still stuff I have to change in the background. And then the other thing I have to change in the background, if I can. There we go. But the other thing is we lost our poll. NCC refusing to answer. Yeah. Wait, Gary phobic? Wait, when you say Gary phobic, is that a Fallout 3 reference? Internet connection upload speed. Is it your internet connection upload speed? Yeah, Amelia. It's just the upload. Roseanne is just paranoid lunatic now. She's all over the place when she speaks. She sounds like she's joking, but she insists that she's not. I'm not sure how to take it. Are you using multiple browsers? Yes. I just want to say lightning. The lighting is on point. For a second, I thought you were saying lightning from Final Fantasy 13 was on point, but what's your upload speed? I work in IT. Well, so like right now, it's probably normal again. I'm guessing by the fact that this works. But it was 1 point, when I last tested it was like, oh my God, now my download speed is way down. My download speed is like cut in half. I'm doing a speed test right now. The upload speed is fine. Well, it's not really. Oh no, it's not good. It's not good. It's not good. It's not looking good, chat. What is that? It was looking, oh my God. It's at like less than 3. We're watching the latest Alex Jones meltdown. I mean, I hope that was supposed to be going on today, but maybe not. Maybe not. We'll see. We're trying to get the video for the Alex Jones meltdown.
You think you figure out how dirty and evil they are, which is why they don't want us to know nothing about Epstein Island, because they're even more horrible than we thought was possible.
Well, Planned Parenthood, no, specifically talking about selling baby body parts. Planned Parenthood caught.
There we go. Caught selling baby body parts. They got the baby body parts. That's what they make the baby body part burgers from, the fetus burgers. Out of the baby body parts, you'd put enough baby body parts in the grinder. They ran out of meat, chat. They ran out of meat. So they got to make more baby body parts burger. Okay. Sorry, chat. I'm just trying to get back on track after that disaster.
I know.
In the act of
In the act.
selling these aborted fetuses, these baby body parts. No, that's very real.
I know.
And that is horrifying. And then, you know, I'm on the oversight committee and I have AOC, I have Rashida Tlaib, I've got some
Oh,
lovely
you poor
women that I
thing.
serve with on there.
How
and-
can you stand
Yeah, what's
it?
that like?
Oh,
Give me a
it's
day in the
repulsive.
life. What's that like? What is that like?
A cheap solution is a USB Wi-Fi adapter. Plug it in, then go to the device manager and disable the Wi-Fi card that's inside the computer. Actually, my current rig does not have Wi-Fi, so I won't even have to disable the Wi-Fi. But just so you know, Colin, I'm running this on Ethernet. Right, generally streamers will, you know, it's very difficult to stream on Wi-Fi. It can be done at like lower resolutions, at lower bit rates, but it's something that we try to avoid. But if you're saying that if I had like a Wi-Fi adapter plugged in, and then what, the Ethernet enabled, but like somehow set it up so that the Wi-Fi acts as like a backup, I'm very interested in like if this is possible. Yeah, what I was noticing was like the upload rate crashed, but the download rate didn't. It wasn't a problem. Like, oh, weird, right? My download's back. My download's back to like the normal speed. Although, and the upload is really low. The upload is pretty, well, it's not that bad. I mean, it's doable. It's like at 4, it's like at 4 point, it's 420. 4.20 upload speed.
It is.
Just walk us through a day.
Okay, well, first they attacked President Trump on everything.
Everything.
It doesn't matter what we're talking about. It's President Trump's fault.
Okay, so no, here's the deal. Here's the deal. Like, right? That would be bad if there was just like a news media or whatever that was attacking President Trump on everything, right? No matter what he did. And like, it didn't matter. They were just like changing that, right? So, you know, and this is how Trump works. Please understand this, right? If you want to understand the phenomenon of Donald Trump, it's this, right? You've got a candidate that is a shit show, an unbelievable shit show. Like somebody who is just spinning off like a scandal per minute. And it's kind of unbelievable because usually politicians try to manage their scandals. Usually politicians try to minimize their scandals. Usually somebody who runs for politics is somebody with a minimal amount of skeletons in their closet. Trump is not like that. Trump has a maximal amount of skeletons in his closet. So if the media goes on and reports on scandals and tells you what's going on, then it sounds like they're biased. Because it's kind of like unbelievable. Really, this guy's like that much of a shit show. This guy's that dishonest. This guy is that corrupt. This guy is that illegal. Yeah, it is. But what happens then is that the media gets accused of being biased. And they're like, oh, well, we don't want to be known as biased media. If we're biased, then no one will trust us. No one will. Okay, so here's what we'll do. For every one Trump scandal we get, we're going to get a Biden scandal. And that's where you get Hunter Biden. That's where you get Hunter Biden. That's where you get these, like, you know, nothing burgers. That's where you that's where you get, you know, things being inflated because the news media wants to be seen as unbiased, and they think that unbiased means one scandal for this person, one for you, one for you, one for you, one for you, right? Keep it even, right? And that's not, you know, reality. That's not anywhere close to reality. There are so many things wrong with Trump, wrong with his campaign, wrong with his fucking brain, all right? You know, you've got an incompetent loser, fail son, reality star masquerading as a government official with Trump. And, you know, the fact that he got beyond the smell test in the first place has kind of put us into this situation where the media's got a choice of evils, right? You either report on reality, in which case it's going to be like Trump did this, Trump did that, Trump did the other thing. The other thing about that is the way that the media cycle works is that Trump did this, Trump did that doesn't sink in, right? You got the this and you got the that and you got the other thing, right? One or two of these can sink in, right? If it's like Trump, the grab her by the pussy, nothing else, right? That can sink in. That can sink a presidency, right? Because that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. He's talking about sexually assaulting people, right? That's like, yeah, you can get away with it if you're rich, right? He literally said that. He literally said that. But because there was so much other bullshit around, right? This never sinks in. We're on to the next scandal and the next scandal and the next scandal and the next scandal. And before you know it, you've forgotten. What was that? What did you say about the pussy? What was he? He said something about the pussy. Oh, never mind. We're on to the next scandal. Right? I mean, that's something that the modern media cannot handle, have not learned to handle, have not learned to cover. And that in combination with, you know, one of the networks being completely in the tank for the Republicans. Now, I'll say for the Republicans, because I don't think that Fox News are actually big fans of Trump, but I think because they've hitched their wagon to the Republican Party and the Republican Party is now Trump's party, they're kind of stuck with him. I mean, like there were attempts by Fox News to try to, you know, prevent him maybe, or to expose him in a way that might actually result in him not getting the nomination for Republican Party in 2016. You remember Megyn Kelly, and Trump uses sexism. It's super effective. There we go. There we go. So much for that. So much for that. Hey, you can report on Trump. You can be honest about Trump, Fox News. You can try to save your Republican Party for Trump, but you will be left behind and you will be replaced by Newsmax and OAN. So Fox News, like in Tucker Carlson, look at Tucker's, you know, leaked text from the Dominion case, right? Tucker does not like Trump, does not think highly of Trump, does not trust Trump. And I don't think he's alone in terms of Fox News. But, you know, if you ever hear him talking about Trump, it's in glowing terms. He just interviewed Trump, right? He was incredibly softball to him, right? You know, they're kind of stuck with each other now.
Insurrection, and it's MAGA extremist Republicans every single day, day in and day out.
Us.
And then occasionally you have AOC over there shrieking about, when are we going to talk about women's reproductive health care and abortion? And I'm like,
yeah, almost like there's something getting in the way of women's reproductive health care. Almost like there's something wrong with that. Almost like there's a certain precedent that all the Supreme Court justices were questioned on, asked if you believe in stare decisis, asked if you believe in the respect for precedent set by the court, and they all said yes, 100%. They fucking lied. This was a plan. Get enough like Federalist Society justices on the bench and overturn Dobbs, or overturn, you know, Roe v. Wade in the Dobbs decision, right? So, yeah.
For it. Let's go. I want to do, let's talk about Planned Parenthood selling those babies.
Yeah, no, let's do that. Let's do that. Margie, be careful what you wish for. The country's not with you here, right? There's a reason that the, there's a reason that the midterms in 2022 didn't go that well for the Republican Party. There's a reason that the off-year elections have been horrible for the Republican Party. And that has a lot to do with the decision. Now, you do still have low information voters that are like, well, my rights got taken away from Biden. I've literally heard people say, I'm voting for Trump because under Biden, we lost Roe versus Wade. So I'm going to vote for Trump. There are some low information voters out there and they vote, unfortunately. But,
those baby body parts. Yeah, let's talk about that. You know, but I can't get...
And their funding coming from people who...
Yeah, we have to meet them on their level. Oh, you want to talk about
too.
Abortion? Sure, let's describe the process.
Yes,
let's talk about what actually happens to a baby when they rip it apart and kill it. Sure.
She really thinks that going in depth on the, like, I mean, this has been the pro-life, this has been the anti-choice strategy for years and years and years, right? Like, throw in, you could do this with any medical procedure. If you wanted to show in graphic detail what open heart surgery looks like, the procedure that they use to get inside the human rib cage, it's not pretty. It's not pretty.
Let's do videos and put it on display so that young women can actually understand it.
I'm down for doing that.
I'm totally for it. And then let's talk about what happens to the babies' bodies after.
I mean, I guess we could just show them videos of every medical procedure, and then no one could ever get surgery again. And if you need surgery because your heart's gonna go out, then I guess you're just gonna die now, because that shit's too bloody. Nobody would want to undergo that.
Yeah, let's investigate that. That's, if they want to talk about it, I think we should meet them on their level and really talk about it.
Yeah, because then you have to talk about organ trafficking, which is another thing that they don't look at, where these kids that are children being trafficked.
Right.
It's a lot of times it's for their organs. Hello.
Do you know, one of the worst places that's happening right now?
I know America's the worst place on earth for
America and Ukraine.
Oh, I know.
The favorite state, the 51st state of America, according to the Democrats. They are, I mean, women are being, it's like they're harvesting babies. They're having babies where these babies are being adopted, but they're not. Their organs are being harvested. Some are being adopted. Many of them are sold into slavery, sex slavery.
Let's talk about Rashida Tlaib. Let me put this in there. Oh, she cares about these Palestinian babies so much. But here's what she doesn't care about. That those tunnels that go all through Gaza, which are just laid bare now thanks to Israeli technology, because all of our wars are being fought in tunnels, which nobody knows anything about, because they don't want to know.
Oh, they don't want to. Well, that's why they're underground.
Yeah. But that's where the real war is, because of trafficking, organs.
Wait, I was joking around before about the Hamas tunnel canard versus the QAnon theory of the secret underground world of the mole people, and the babies being hidden and trafficked underground. But wait, it sounds like she's like, everything that I do to kind of like lampoon them or parody them, they then end up like eclipsing in some way, right? They end up saying what I said to make fun of them, or worse, but they're serious.
Which are just laid bare now. Oh, she cares about these Palestinian babies so much. But here's what she doesn't care about. That those tunnels that go all through Gaza, which are just laid bare.
So she is talking about the Hamas tunnels.
Now, thanks to Israeli technology, because all of our war.
They are. Oh, that'd be great. I would love to see those tunnels. I would love to see the tunnel networks that we were promised. I would love to see the Hamas command and control center under a hospital that was supposed to be there. But then when they showed it, what did they show? They showed an MRI machine and like 4 guns. That was the Hamas command and control? That's the fucking complex, the massive, fucking Cobra command complex underneath the hospital? Is that what's going on?
Are being fought in tunnels, which nobody knows anything about, because
is that the Hamas secret volcano evil lair?
They don't want to know.
Oh, they don't want to. Well, that's why they're underground.
Yeah, but that's where the real war is, because of trafficking.
That's where the real war is. No, I'm pretty sure the war is above ground. I'm pretty sure the war is going on right now with apparently assistance of U.S. troops. Right? That pier that the United States built off the coast of Gaza did not end up like doing dick in terms of sending aid in, but it apparently it might have been used to send U.S. troops in there, from what we're hearing. That's not confirmed yet, but
organs, weapons, and drugs all the stuff,
all of it,
and children.
Yeah.
So those tunnels in Gaza were dug by child slaves of Hamas, who she loves. They so oppress the Palestinian people. I mean, they're just really Arab people that live in Gaza.
Ask yourself about how a child digging a tunnel like works. How does that even work? Thomas Jerome says Roseanne made a choice about which Semites to hate. I mean, like, don't think that stops her from being anti-Semitic, remember? Like, or like a Marjorie Taylor Greene, at least.
And you know, they take their children, and every family has a child they lost to Hamas terrorism.
Right.
And they dug all of those tunnels with child slavery. And then when the kid, and I mean, they don't give them like 9 to 5, they work always until they're exhausted, and then they sell their organs. That's who Rashida Tlaib likes.
And protects their government, their Hamas government, which is, you know, they were elected.
Death of children.
By the, yeah, it's horrible.
They wear them as body armor, and then, you know, they probably sell their.
That's right.
I'm going to try to steelman what she just said and say that she's not saying that literally we got baby. Do we have baby body armor? I don't think she's actually saying that, right? Like she's doing the human shields thing when she says baby body armor, right? She doesn't literally mean that. She sounds perpetually slurred. Yeah. Wait, Thomas, I think I know where you're. Thank you for the super chat. Oh my God. And I think I know, so we're up to 2 out of 10 of our way towards the, we're 1/5 of the way towards the dono goal. It might happen. North Korea poop balloons get 0.75% from the donos. Nobody else is getting anything. Vox Populi, nothing. Noah Sampson, nobody's super excited about that over in the donos. Pod Save America, TikTok Take, that's been kicking around for days and days and days. I might have to take that off if it doesn't get voted for soon. Dom Fockery, nobody loves you, Dom Fockery. Nobody loves you. They all love that. They're choosing the North Korean poop balloons over you. I hope you know this, Tom.
Organs too.
They take the children with them so that they're protected from the IDF soldiers.
And they're not even their kids. They're just kids they stole.
See, this is what the younger generation.
What the fuck? Yeah, she's really impressionable. The question, like the thing that I hate about Roseanne, right, is that like she's spreading around. Okay, she's heard this stuff from somewhere, right? She didn't just, I don't think, make this up in her head. She could have, right? But I mean, given how much she seems to love QAnon conspiracy theories, which is more than Marjorie Taylor Greene. More than Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? And MTG was a QAnon influencer back in the day. That's how she got, her start. And she's given it up because in order to, appeal, in order to not like lose her freaking seat in Congress for being exposed as a batshit conspiracy theorist, right? She has kind of toned down that stuff. She's been probably told, she's been coached to not talk about the ping pong pizza, the Comet ping pong and pizzeria so much, right? But you can tell that she's like, oh God, I gotta get it back on this QAnon stuff. I gotta get back on this, right? It's still around. They generally, what's weird though, is that like, my understanding of the QAnon movement is they don't say QAnon. They don't say Q. They don't talk about Q. They've changed the name, they've changed the branding, but it still exists. But Roseanne Barr, when she talks about it, she's talking about Q. She's talking about QAnon, theories from back in the day. Like it's very identifiable. What I'm trying to say is I wish that Roseanne Barr, instead of just being the children are digging tunnels, they got child slaves there. They're not their own children. They steal the children from other places and they force them to live down in the tunnels and dig the tunnels and right. This is like, I just want to know, where did you hear that? Like, where does this come from? Like, I want the sources for your conspiracy theories. I want to see who is out there. Like, where, like, I want to see what the actual conspiracy theory in the wild looks like, right? This is like it feels like, epidemiology, like information epidemiology. And we just need to do the contact tracing to see who infected Roseanne. Whoa, the poop balloons are doing really well on shorts, which is the only poll. Oh my God, chat, that's the worst thing, is that we had the other poll. Oh wait, so we do have the results. Oh my God, we're gonna have 3 polls, aren't we? Let me set up the poll for you and you get to vote again. Aren't you excited? Start a poll. What contact next? Okay, so I'm going to definitely put in the top 2 options. Noah Sampson with the Craigslist, the wild world of Craigslist forums. right? Apparently Craigslist is still a thing. And the forums are wild, and Noah Sampson's got the story for us. If you want it, if you vote for it, if we hit the dono goal, which we're 1/5 of the way there, you know, not horrible. And if we if it gets the votes, if it wins the votes, if it wins the dono war, and then we got the North Korean poop balloons doing pretty well in the shorts poll, so I might as well put them here. Let's add 2 other options, shall we? When I say shall we, I immediately think of that one dude that's like the Faded than a Hoe guy. Do you remember the Faded than a Hoe guy? The guy that was like, Fulcrum come in. Obliviated, obliviated, obliviated. Okay, let's give you the option. Jujutsu boners. And chat, in general, you know, the best way to get your stuff covered is just to mention it in stream suggestions. Like, right, I don't like take a like, you know, spamming it in chat more than once is not. RFK's Legal Eagle goes after RFK? Oh my god, and it looks like Lily Orchard has put out a video. That's kind of wild. I'm looking through stream suggestions which is where I get a lot of my content suggestions from you. From your suggestions in the Discord and stream suggestions. So yeah, this is Lily Orchard who has got a lot of allegations against her. From what I've seen, the allegations seem to be pretty backed up. There's some what seems to be some pretty inexcusable stuff that Lily Orchard has done, but this is Lily Orchard trying to address the allegations. Damn. Okay, so that's there. I don't know. I'm gonna put Jujutsu boners, Legal Eagle RFK, North Korean poop balloons, and Noah Sampson forums, Craigslist forums. That's what's going on the poll for now. Okay, but yeah, I guess this is here. I don't know. I feel like though the responsible thing to do if I was to watch this video, I would need to watch, I think we watched maybe some of Essence of Thoughts videos. I don't know if we saw Courtney Orchard's videos. Anyway, let's get back to the Madge.
Too, and it's extremely concerning. You know, the polling shows in kids, you know, 18 to 24, and that whole generation.
Wait, Lily Orchard? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, Lily Orchard is the content creator. This is Lily and Michaela. And then Courtney Orchard is the sister of Lily Orchard, who has some allegations against Lily. Essence of Thought covers Lily's potentially creepy fan fiction. I don't know who these other two are, but that's kind of wild.
They think that Israel are the bad guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And us.
And they don't believe that the Holocaust ever happened.
Yeah.
I know.
Here it's for us, after 9/11, it's like, how can there be this many Americans, especially young Americans, supporting Hamas?
TikTok is a big one.
TikTok, yes.
It is a big one. Social media in general.
Yep.
Well,
Universities.
it's also, yeah.
And the
it's-
anti-Semitism
yeah.
is unbelievable.
One of the unintended consequences of these false allegations of anti-Semitism lodged in order to enable a fucking genocide in action is that actual anti-Semites get to fucking hide, and all they've got to do is say, I love Israel. I couldn't be anti-Semitic. I love the country with the Star of David on the flag. I'm not anti-Semitic. How could I possibly be anti-Semitic when I support Israel? Elon has gotten away with his anti-Semitism through this. Yeah, this is gross, right? Because anti-Semites are not only, dangerous for their anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is a real threat, to Jewish people in this place and time. It's not, something that can never happen again, right? It can never break out again, can never, cause but in addition to that, people like anti-Semitism is a great marker for fascism, right? Not all fascists are going to display their anti-Semitism openly, but enough of them do to make it a pretty effective marker. And so when you're taking anti-Semites and just handing them an Israeli flag and say, use this, cover yourself up with this, it's like, it's dangerous. It's dangerous. You're taking, fascists who have been revealed to be fascists, anti-Semites who have been revealed to be anti-Semitic, and giving them a way to hide what they truly are. And here's Marjorie Taylor Greene just hiding behind an Israeli flag, hiding her anti-Semitic bullshit, her Jewish space lasers conspiracies behind the flag of Israel. It's gross.
Well, it's a cycle that always recurs. It's like an infection that comes back every 70 years. It's a scourge.
You're right.
But, because
it comes back yes, that's right. There's been no anti-Semitism as we know since the Holocaust. That's right. That's right. No anti-Semites existed. That's wow. What a phenomenal lie. What an absolute lie.
It's so easy.
Mm-hmm.
It's just really...
It's not like the fucking far-right movements have always been soaked in anti-Semitism. No.
Easy, because it's a tactic of power. Whenever they get close to getting caught, the people who own everything, who are the royals, people don't ever want to hear that. They go, oh, that's a conspiracy theory to think that there's just a few people who control everything. What about kings and queens? What about that?
Yeah.
When people are like, oh, no, that's okay. That's Meghan Markle.
That's something else. Let's talk about the Jews. But the Jews actually work for royalty. And I always say the Jews work for people who don't work.
Oh my God. Well, look, she said some sussy stuff, right? She said some sussy stuff before about Jewish people. She does have family that's Jewish from my understanding, and there was like an explanation that was plausible enough for me to kind of give her a pass on the previous. There was like a joke that she made that sounded pretty anti-Semitic, but when you looked at it, it was questionable, and I didn't want to jump to conclusions on it, right? But do you hear what she's saying? She's just like one step away from the like cabal that controls the world, kind of anti-Semitic conspiracy theory into like, well, the really bad people, it's just that what, Jewish people are helping them? Jewish people are serving that? Like, what kind of shit is this? Like, what is this?
So let's get
there it is. I was way too good faith, chat. I didn't want to jump to conclusions about what sounded like an anti-Semitic joke that she made in one of her questionable, comedy routines. You can call them that, but there she is, telling you who the fuck she is.
it straight. The owners of the world are kings and queens.
And this is, to be fair, this is like the British royalty is still in charge of everything. Theory. This is kind of, QAnon adjacent stuff, although I'm sure it's actually older than QAnon. But yeah, it does tie into anti-Semitism. Like, look, the Queen of England should not be celebrated. The British Empire is still, a colonial power, albeit a colonial power in decline, right? But when you hear certain people, I think it's LaRouchites, right? That just go off and off and off about British royalty. That LaRouche was anti-Semitic. LaRouchism is anti-Semitic, and they tie that into their anti-Semitism, right?
That's who owns the world. Okay?
I thought it was the WEF.
Well, that's who the
Congressional.
WEF works for, are for the royals too. Everything is for the royals. And if people can't even get that much, they're not going to get anything,
So I got in trouble for a phrase I never said. Jewish space.
Yeah, you didn't say it. So she said space lasers. She's talking about like energy. Oh my God, energy generators in outer space, which don't actually exist yet, right? But she was going to blame those on the wildfires because she's a conspiracy grandma. She's a conspiracy grandma, and she loves to get her hands into conspiracies. But she ties this into the Rothschilds, right? Which is not very hard to, it's not very hard to.
Space lasers.
I think I actually brought this up. I think I found the Facebook post. Maybe I should read it.
Oh yeah.
She's gonna try to wriggle out of her history, but she was absolutely anti-Semitic. She might not have said the word Jewish space lasers. That is a summary of what she was saying. That is essentially what she was getting at, right? But no, those words weren't actually in the post. Let me read you what the post was.
That's a famous quote of yours.
And it's not even my quote.
I know.
That's what's so funny.
What is that?
So I wrote about it in my book to straighten it out because it was like 2018, I wrote up a Facebook post and I was talking about the governor of California and I was talking about PG&E, the electric company out there, and the wildfires. Yeah. And I was talking about this actually new technology where they were harnessing the sun's power and sending it back to these receivers on Earth and to harness the power. And it was like a new form of like energy. Yeah. And it was actually really interesting. And I mentioned that there was a Rothschild.
Okay, so yeah, this is a it's not something that they have. It's not something that exists, right? It's not oh my God, this thing is like cut off. What the fuck? Yeah, it's deleted, apparently deleted from her Facebook. Let me read what she said. As there are now over 70 people confirmed dead and 1,000 missing in the fires in California, are horrific tragedy. I'm praying for all of you individually. Okay, that's wow. All of you. How does that work? Oh, sorry. Praying for all involved. All right, that makes more sense. 2018, November 17th. And I'm posting. So these are the campfire like wildfires, right? I'm posting this in speculation because there are too many coincidences to ignore, and just putting out there from some research. You see what I mean by it's cut off, but I think this is all we have, right? And just putting it out there from some research I've done stemming from my curiosity over PG&E stocks, which tanked all week and then rallied Thursday night after California official announced they would not let PG&E fail. I find it very interesting that Roger Kimmel on the board of directors at PG&E, also vice chairman of Rothschild Incorporated, international investment banking firm. Oh my God, no dog whistles there. What are we talking about? Antisemitism. Yeah, no, it's classic dog whistle. I also find it interesting the long history of financial contributions that PG&E made to Jerry Brown over the years, millions spent in lobbying. What a coincidence that it must.
Thomas J. super chatted $6.02. To be Shakespeare en lieu of, but Lord Rothschild voted against the establishment of Israel.
Lord Rothschild. Okay, so the in the House of Lords, I'm guessing. What a coincidence it must be that Governor Brown signed a bill in September 2018 protecting PG&E, allowing PG&E to pass off its cost of the fire responsibility to the customers in rate hikes through bonds. It must also be a coincidence that the fires were burning same projected areas, that $77 billion high speed rail project is to be built, which never happened, right? Which is my understanding. The rail line between LA and Las Vegas never actually happened, which also happens to be Governor Brown's pet project. What are the odds that Feinstein's husband, Richard Bloom, is a contractor to the rail project? That with that much money, we could build 3 southern border walls. That's where her mind is on. Then oddly, there are all these people who have said they saw what looks like lasers or blue beams of light causing fire. So there's the lasers. Then we got dog whistles. We got Jewish. We got lasers. Where are the lasers coming from? Causing fires and pictures and videos. I don't know anything about that, but I do find it really curious that PG&E's partnership with Solarin on space solar generators. Okay, starting in 2019. This is something, or 2009, 2009. This is something that's being researched, but it's not. There's not like a working. There's not a satellite in space that like does this, right? This is not a real thing. It's not the real thing at the time that Marjorie Taylor Greene posted it, right? Then announced the launch into space in March 2018. Maybe even put them up. It's massive speculation here, right? My understanding, there were no space solar generators in the sky. Space solar generators collect the sun's energy to then beam it back to Earth to transmit, to convert to electricity. The idea that is clean energy to replace coal and oil, which she hates, obviously. She's in the pocket of coal and oil. If they are beaming the sun's energy back to Earth, I am sure they would never miss a transmitter. Do you see how like conspiracy mindset works? What if they miss? And that's what caused the fire. Anyway, in the wake of 70 people confirmed dead and 1,000 missing, right? This is what she's speculating about fucking space lasers that are, involve Rothschild Incorporated here. So I wonder what she's signaling. Mistakes are never made when anything new is invented. What would that look like? Laser beam or light beam coming down to Earth, I guess? Could that cause a fire? I don't know. I sure hope not. That wouldn't look so good for PG&E, Rothschild Incorporated, Solarian, or Jerry Brown, who does seem fond of PG&E. Good thing that Solarin and Michael Peavy is on their board, since he is the former president of California Public Utilities Commission, California's most powerful energy regulatory agency. Great connection right there. Also, I will say, however, I was able to buy that PG&E stock at the bottom before that announcement was... Whoever was, not that she bought it. Whoever was able to buy it at the bottom before the announcement was also made, when the stocks rallied, did well on their investments. I wonder how you get privy to that kind of info. You must have to know someone, right? Seems like they're... So she's not only hypothesizing, right, chat, that a non-existent, like a conceptual solar generator, doesn't exist yet, isn't real, right? Is actually in operation, is actually beaming lasers back to the Earth or being tested or whatever, right? And it missed, and that's what caused the forest fires. But also that they did it on purpose to make money, right? Because that's the only way that like somebody knows about this being at the bottom of its price before it goes up. You must have to know somebody. Seems like there's a lot of connected people in the crowd, and with these solar generators, I really hope they have a very good aim, because the sun's power, beaming the sun's power down to Earth. But what do I know? I just read a lot. Oh yeah, you read a lot. You read a lot of bullshit is what you read.
Board, and I didn't even know the Rothschilds were Jewish.
Well, they're not.
They're not, they're
okay, so I
German.
knew nothing
But
about
a lot
that.
of people say they are.
But I didn't know.
Yeah.
Knew nothing about it. I just knew it was a big, powerful name.
Yeah.
And then
They just seem to turn up in all the conspiracy theories that I read for some reason.
And then I made a joke and I said, "What happens if they miss?" And I was talking about like wildfires.
It was she's acting like a
this
oh my
this
God.
harnessing the sun's energy, bringing it back to a receiver. And I was like, new inventions mess up all the time. What happens if it misses? So some guy in the media.
Look, if she was making a joke, which she wasn't, she's lying here, right? She's lying here. But if that was actually a joke, that would be a gruesome joke. 70 people confirmed dead, 1,000 missing. Right? That's a gruesome joke. Now, as much as she is a gruesome person, she is Marjorie Titan Green. As much as she's a gruesome person, right? I don't think that's what she was saying. I don't think she was joking at all. She's basically seeding the minds of vulnerable people with a conspiracy theory, with a just so story. What if the solar generators beaming energy back to the Earth and they miss, and that could have started? And she's trying to play it off like a joke now. No, she's a QAnon granny, and she's not. She even said it when Roseanne starts to like. It sounds like somebody that like has gotten off of like drugs or something, right? And then somebody starts to talk about like, a really good, drug experience. And she's like, oh God, I gotta get back on that QAnon stuff. I miss that, right? I need that in my life. God, it's been so long since I've gotten a good conspiracy theory.
Took that old Facebook post of mine, literally like the first month I was in Congress in 2021, and created a headline. Marjorie Taylor Greene blames Jewish space lasers for California wildfires. And that's where, so you talk about that people can twist and make all kinds of crazy things.
Well, that's their job, is to twist.
I do happen to think there was some doom machine happening there. There was a direct energy weapon in California.
What do you think of that?
Well, that was also what people were saying.
Yeah,
and
that was a Jewish space laser to some people, technically.
Well, they really have Jewish space lasers. They really do.
Let's take what? Did she just say what I think she said?
Direct energy weapon in California.
What do you think of that?
Well, that was also what people were saying.
Yeah,
and
that was a Jewish space laser to some people, technically.
Well, they really have Jewish space lasers. They really do.
Yeah,
they have space lasers.
Yeah, space lasers.
They have land lasers.
They have.
Yeah.
Excuse me? Did she make a mistake in speaking? Did she say the quiet part out loud? What was that? What was that? Also, I'm gonna oh my God. I just want sorry. Thank you for the super chat, Thomas. I'm gonna read that and right after this, right? QAnon conspiracy theory, which holds. Okay, so here are some of her other views. Holds that Donald Trump is secretly fighting a worldwide child sex slavery ring that was supposed to culminate in the mass arrest of public opposition is worth listening to, right? Muslims don't belong in the government. 9/11 was an inside job. Shootings at Parkland, Sandy Hook, Las Vegas, she says, which is not true, were staged. Zionist supremacists were secretly masterminding. So like I said, look, the word Zionist can be used as a dog whistle. It's not, the allegation that, people concerned about what's going on in Palestine are using, this is a dog whistle is not true, but it's something that could be used as a dog whistle. And yeah, like I said, there are people out there, you know, Jackson Hinkle, Infrared Haas, right, that are purporting to care about Palestinians and you know, agitating against you know, what Israel's doing, but that seem to be, you know, sort of doing right. There is an attempt at like infiltration. Remember, Haas tried to show up at student protests in at universities and was actually just given the cold shoulder along with Hinkle, right? Secretly masterminding Muslim immigration to Europe in a scheme to outbreed white people. I mean, this is great, literally the Great Replacement, European edition. Leading Democratic officials should be unalived, according to MTG. Okay, so there's the Rothschild family has featured heavily in anti-Semitic conspiracy theories since at least the 19th century. Anti-Semites have generally updated the theory by replacing the Rothschilds with George Soros, a more contemporary and plausible-seeming mastermind for global conspiracy to spread left-wing ideology. Green's version has instead been updated, has updated the theory by giving the Rothschilds possession of a secret, powerful space laser. Now you might wonder why, if an international cabal of Jewish bankers wanted to finance a rail project, they would go about using their space lasers to set a catastrophic blaze. Aren't there easier ways to get your rail stations approved by state legislature? If you can pull off a massive conspiracy like that and keep it quiet, and you have a space laser you can use to immolate basically any target on Earth, there have to be more direct profit-making opportunities than burning down trees in order to arbitrage the land value for public transit, for a public transit contract.
There's military equipment that is
100%.
laser based.
I think dudes are real. That was when Hawaii. That was one of the theories that we covered.
I love that the
Oh, for
Israeli
Lahaina.
army has
For
rods
Lahaina. I mean, it's
from
all-
God.
Yeah.
Have you heard of those?
Rods, no.
Rods from God.
It's one
You
of their
should look
weapons.
that up. That's
Is
one
that
of their
that might
really
be the space
good.
laser
It
then?
is.
It might be
It
the
is.
space laser. So
Can I-
yeah,
can I ask
and
you a-
it's yeah.
I've one of the things I want to ask you about. Obviously, you're probably gonna hate to talk about it, but the McCarthy
Oh yeah.
thing with I know that you were on record not really for the ousting originally and the whole vote, and it seems like it probably wasn't the best move, just objectively. Can we talk about that, where we are now?
Absolutely. I'm glad to talk
Okay,
about
so
it.
wait, now I think this rod from God thing, there is like a laser. I don't know. I don't think it's in use yet, right? Energy needed for a laser to traverse the atmosphere increases exponentially with distance. Yeah, she admitted anything beyond 12 miles is very unwieldy. So the rod from God is not a space, it doesn't have to do with space, right? There is I don't know if it's in use or anything yet, right? But it's like a laser weapon meant to intercept missiles, right? But it's not a space-based thing at all. The absolute easiest way to implement a space laser, though, would just be to use land-based lasers with orbit mirrors. I thought she was about to say masters. These recent supposed use of an energy weapon would not have been implemented primarily for the conspiracy reasons people purport. This would be to test the implementation and response. Yeah, Death Star, get the fuck out. Described a kinetic launch system which launches massive spikes. Oh wait, so rods from God is not a laser? Oh, okay. There is like a theoretical, like, you know, anti-missile weapon, because like the Patriot system, for instance, its ordinances are expensive. So the idea is if they could use energy instead, it would be more efficient and cost effective. But I don't think it's ready. These are the kinetic launch system, which launches massive spikes. Is Rod of God? Is it like ready? Is it a thing that is it being used, or is it just like a theoretical potential future weapon in development? And remember, MTG is talking about 2018 too. Tungsten rods dropped from high atmosphere that have the power of an intercontinental ballistic missile. It's a space satellite that houses tungsten rods that drop them. I think I've heard of these. Using the kinetic force to cause destruction. I mean, it just seems like that would be. That would be hard to aim, right?
I'm glad that people are starting to see that it really isn't turning out as it was promised.
Because a satellite system is going to be orbiting around the Earth, right? So it's got, its orbit, and you could have you could maybe adjust the orbit, like you could kind of steer it, right? But the idea is this, like, right? What are these used for? It's never built because space is essentially a no combat zone. Space satellite, yeah. But is this supposed to be like an anti-missile weapon, or would this be like a weapon to be used on a locality, right? Because I could see something like this being used, like in lieu of bombs. I just couldn't see like a satellite-based kinetic weapon being used to take down something like a missile. That seems a little far-fetched.
Well, so I think people have to understand that. So in our conference, in our Republican conference, and we have a majority of 222, and we're down now.
Uh-huh.
We're going down practically by the week.
Yeah. Just scary.
And you have to have 208.
It's to target things on the ground. Yeah, that makes more sense.
For majority. That's the majority. We barely had it together from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And to Kevin McCarthy's credit, he was the only one that had relationships with everybody in the conference, that he was able to get everybody together, and we functioned. We didn't function well, but we...
Okay, so now this is her retconning her participation in the takedown of Kevin McCarthy, right? Because I think what the deal is that like she's more on the outside with Mike Johnson than she was with McCarthy, right? So she wants to get rid of Mike Johnson now. And so now she's kind of being like, well, I didn't really have a problem with...
Functioned. And we were able to move forward. And so I come from a business background where, you know what? We got a job to do for our customer. We got to all get together. No matter what, we got to figure this out and we got to get the job done. So that's my mindset. He was the only person that wanted to be speaker. He was the only person that was running. And I think that got proven to the American people in that 15 rounds when nobody else wanted to run.
Yeah.
Nobody else could get elected. And our GOP conference is not red. It is purple. It's like a purple state. And so people...
Have I ever played COD Ghosts? I've never played COD anything, actually.
On the outside, and of course you don't know. You can't know because you're not in there.
Right.
I wish people were in there. I would take the American people to work with me every day if I could.
Yeah.
Because I want them to see all the crazy stuff.
They need to see it.
They need to see it. And so there were 8 Republicans, some of them my very dear friends, ousted Kevin McCarthy, and we have been, excuse my language, a shit show ever since, because we don't have anybody that keeps everybody together now.
Johnson doesn't do that.
Mike Johnson is a nice man, and I say that in all sincerity. He's a nice man. He's a Christian, but he has never been prepared to be speaker.
Yeah.
And I think that's showing. And he's got good intentions. I think he's trying, but it's not working.
Because they were going to...
It's not working.
Well, that has to be like a diplomat position, doesn't it?
We're never going to have, you're not going to have someone like me be Speaker of the House.
Right.
You're just not. Because it's an election that happens inside the conference. And you got people in there that are practically Democrats voting.
Yeah, Jim Jordan, I thought would have.
Could never get the votes.
Yeah.
And I think
that was heartbreaking because,
Oh, yeah.
he's such a truth teller.
Yeah,
I like him.
I supported him. He would have been great, but then, they wouldn't elect him. So now we're a mess. We really are a mess. We're very divided. Everybody argues all the time. And the way I see it, I see that as, I look at the American people as our customer, and I see that as a failure. It's a failure because a lot of Republicans voted for us and gave us the majority.
Yeah.
And a lot of people donated money and gave us the majority.
Yeah.
And we have a job to do. And our job is to get our shit together and do our job for the American people.
Mm-hmm.
And we need to do better. Like the NDAA, the defense bill, I am disgusted with it.
Yeah.
And that didn't happen under McCarthy. That happened under Mike Johnson.
I know. I mean, what happens to them? What happens to that they just give in?
They negotiate.
Yeah.
And he should have never done it. And he keeps...
It's because there's an ODIN system and it's a kinetic launch system. That sounds like a Final Fantasy weapon. Like, this all sounds like... I mean, I guess this is real, right? This tungsten rod thing, but it sounds like some Square Enix ass pull.
Telling us...
But he knew everyone was going to get mad if he totally collapsed. So he totally collapses.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of character flaw or outside pressure happens to somebody to make that happen every time?
It's the lies in Washington. So if you're Speaker of the House, Roseanne, you are swarmed by all the people in Washington. I mean, you never get 5 minutes to yourself.
Yeah.
You've got the White House calling you. You've got the State Department calling.
I mean, my interpretation of this is that she's lost access because she's seen as a problem for the Republican caucus. She's seen as a troublemaker. She's very much, responsible for the chaos in the Republican caucus, right? She's lost access. Johnson won't return her calls. And she's all like, well, it's just because all these lobbyists, they just got his time all the time and I just can't get in. And it's like, in reality, right, she is, she's on the outside is what it is.
You've got every member of Congress calling you, Democrats and Republicans. Everybody is all over the speaker. And so they fill them with all their talking points. You've got the military industrial complex talking points. Oh, we've got to fund the war. Oh, we got to stop Putin. He's going to take over Europe. Total lie. Then you have to pass the defense bill. We got to fund the military. You have to. That's your job as Speaker of the House. You have to fund the military. You're just going to have to negotiate with Chuck Schumer and accept things in there. And it's just nonstop pressure. That's what happened with the FISA thing. Mr. Speaker, you've got to reauthorize FISA. What if a terrorist attack happens on our country's soil? You can't let that happen, Mr. Speaker. So that is the intense pressure that has been thrown on him. And I'll just say I don't think he's ready for it.
Yeah.
And our bill, our defense bill, so I'll give Kevin McCarthy credit because not many people do. Our defense bill we passed under him before this final version gave the junior military troops a 30% pay increase. Let me tell you how important that is.
It's really important.
Those guys make $22,000 a year.
Good God.
That's $1,875 a month. That's for rankings E1 through E6. That happened under Kevin McCarthy. The final version that was negotiated, totally taken away.
Disgusting.
No 30% pay increase. Then we took out all the abortion travel money. That got put back in. We took out all the no trans, no garbage of that. None of that taken out. That got put back in. And then the worst thing that happened that was never in our bill, but got put in our bill, was a clean FISA reauthorization through April. And people think, oh, it's only through April. But that's not true. So if you're an FBI agent or you're the Department of Justice, you can go to FISA and get warrants by April, but they last for a year. So if you get one in March, that baby goes for a whole nother year. And it's clean.
Yeah, who are these Republicans that she's claiming are practically Democrats?
What are we going to do? What can we do?
Hi, it's Jake Pentland.
Okay, so here we go.
I
just wanted to make sure that, if you got a nice retirement, you're going to be okay. I would like to steal some of that from you. with this bullshit gold offer. I know that a lot of you are conspiracy theorists. I know that you trust Roseanne. You trust this program. You're really silly to do that. So I'm going to use that trust that you have in me to sell you fucking gold, right? But don't worry, don't worry. You can take the money out of your retirement. You can take the money out of your retirement fund, your retirement investments. And then, you know, if, you know, because we all know that, like, you know, maybe the country's going to shit. Maybe, you know, it's going to be the, I don't know, right? In case shit hits the fan, take your gold, you know, to turn some of your retirement money into gold, right? But don't worry, you can sell it back. You can get it back out, right? At a much lower rate, right? Like, did you, like, okay, here's what I'm trying to say. Like, if the Republicans are worried about Biden winning the 2024 election, right? If that's where they think the big disaster is coming, let's say that, right? And so they take their retirement money out because they're trusted, you know, the people that they trust, like Roseanne Barr, are telling them invest in gold. That'll be safer, right? And then Trump does get elected, and so they're like, we really dodged a bullet. Everything's going to be okay now. Trump is elected. And then they try to get their money out of the gold. Do you understand that the gold is going to be worth less because now everyone's trying to sell it? This is a pretty gross scam to do to fans of your brand, Roseanne.
Take a second to tell you and remind you again that we are now affiliated with Goldco. You can go to rblikesgold.com. That is my mother's landing page with them, and fill out
Roseanne Barr likes gold. There we go. There you go. There's your
the IRA kit form.
They're leveraging the trust that people have in her.
That's what they specialize in. If you have a retirement account, you got your money in savings or stocks, and you have this big plan, you cannot rely on it. Things are too volatile. I suggest highly that you look into transferring your retirement into
You're taking advantage of retirees.
Into gold and silver, at least a portion of it. Because we don't know what's going to happen with the stock market. I mean, Biden's shitting his pants literally, an election's coming. China's here. I mean, you know how insane things are. So go in there, fill out the form. If you have a retirement account, they'll walk you through it. You got to do it. You can change it years later if you're not comfortable or things get better. But right now, put as much of your money safely in gold and silver as you can. You can also just buy gold and silver on this website. You don't have to do the IRA kit. That's what they specialize in. That's what they, that's the product that they're best known for, but you don't have to do it. Just fill it out. When you talk to someone, say, I just want to buy gold and silver bars, they'll talk you through that as well. So go to rblikesgold.com and protect your wealth. Thank you.
I like what he says. Speaker Johnson says, he's trying to turn an aircraft carrier around. Mm-hmm. Well, the first part of turning around is stopping.
Yeah, no kidding.
And we need to stop Washington, D.C.
Right.
And then tell them no, just flat out no.
Yeah.
No, we love our military. Of course we're going to fund them. Take this crap out and we're happy to fund them. Like, we're going to give them everything they need. We're going to give them a pay increase. We're going to give them everything they need. We're not going to give them COVID vaccines. We're not going to let the trainees in there. We're not paying for the ladies to go travel around and get abortions. We're going to make sure we take care of our troops, but we need to stop the aircraft carrier first.
Right. And reboot it.
Yeah, and then turn it around.
Yeah.
That's how it
needs a reboot. Mm-hmm. I always say reboot leads to redemption, because you can't just keep going to hell every single day.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just too horrible. And people, I don't think, well, I know some are. They're just giving up hope.
A lot of people have.
It's so sad.
Yeah, a lot of people
hope's
have.
What keeps America alive,
We can't ever give up hope. See, that's the thing is, I think it's our duty. And that's like one of my last chapters in my book. I'm going to plug my book.
Yeah, yes, please.
Yeah, I hope people get it. mtgbook.com is where people can order, mtgbook.com. But one of the last chapters is about hope. And I think it's our duty. It's our duty to always have hope for the future, even when it looks extremely dark. And it's our duty to do that for our children.
Yeah.
And I'm very regretful to hear
oh my God,
the American people actually get who they want.
I agree with that too.
Shouldn't that be democracy for once? When they talk about our democracy, which is all BS because we know we don't, but
they hate democracy, right? This is something that I feel like the Democrats are kind of sleeping on. The Republicans badmouth democracy at every turn. And that's not a popular sentiment, obviously, right? Obviously, it's not going to be popular to the people out there to take their, they love the anti-majoritarian aspects of the American political system, whether it be gerrymandering, whether it be, judicial, frankly, abuse and malpractice and corruption. They love that shit. They love that shit, right? And they're always like, it's not a democracy, it's a constitutional republic. All right, well, fine. Yeah, run on that. Fucking run on that, right? Fucking run on the fact that you want Trump as king. Fucking run on that the fact that you're unwilling to accept the results of the popular will.
In that way that they use it as democratic voting, we want who we want.
That's right.
And that's why we live and die and send our kids to fight.
Yeah.
Because we want our votes to put in the people we trust and believe. And he's a truth teller. He's never lied to us.
No.
He's the only one that hasn't lied to us.
No.
So, and we see what they're doing.
Trump famously never lies
to him because he is a truth teller. And we see what they do to you because you're a truth teller and me too.
Oh, absolutely.
So I think in the big court of public opinion, we've all won.
I think so. And you know what else, Roseanne? Think about this. Like I always think about so when my life's over and I get to go talk with God about, okay, what went on? Let's do it.
You want the real QAnon tea from God. That's what she wants. She thinks God's going to dish the dirt. He's going to be like, actually, yeah, there was a Pizzagate was going on. There was underground mole children going on. There was tunnels from Hamas all around the world. Right? She thinks she's going to get in on the really good conspiracy theories when she talks to God after she's dead.
Yeah. I'm like, do I want to go to heaven and I look all shiny and perfect and I never did anything wild. I never challenged anyone. I never had an argument. I never pushed back. I never did anything. I was just, some woman who lived her perfect little American life. I mean, how boring would that be? Very.
So she wants to come in like the person that crashes their car while they're parking.
It's like, I always think about, when I get to have that conversation with God one day, my gosh, I'm going to walk into heaven. I'm going to be covered in scars and I'm going to look like I've been beat to hell and back and have an incredible story. And you're going to have, my goodness, what an incredible story you have. But I'm like, what's more fun than this?
Wait, do you have to tell God your story or does he already know it?
Nothing's more fun. And like you said, to show the children, I have 10 grandkids. So I'm like, I have to show them no, you just don't roll over and take it. You've got to fight back and you cannot let them win because they'll win for a long time.
That's right.
And here we are. We're at a perfectly poised time. And I really think that the women are finally going to get it. And the women,
it's funny because that's literally not happening.
Young mothers and grandmas. And of course, if the men can, be part of that and want to be part, we welcome them. But we're going to figure it out because we know how to do everything because we do everything.
Yeah, we do. We do a lot.
Yeah.
And I welcome the men to come on and help us out at any time. We need strong men. And
it's such a weird thing. It's such a weird thing for her to say when the reality of the matter is that the Trump coalition skews heavily male.
I think
I'm wondering where this is even coming from.
We need strong men that listen to women. That's the big difference, ain't it?
It is.
The older I get, the more I see how that's just why they always lose because they don't listen to the older women who know what in the hell's going on and raised them anyway.
I agree.
Right?
Right. Good mothers.
Be a man, be enough of a man to listen to your mother and your grandmother. That's how
true.
you get smart.
That's right. It's also biblical.
It is very
it is.
biblical.
Yes, you got to.
This is very this is a very unpopular sentiment in trad culture.
You got to obey your mother, and mothers need to be good mothers. I think that's another thing. There's a lot of moms that are distracted in the wrong stuff.
Oh my God, I go off on that like I have in my act.
They think
Why
their kids
has
are
it-
like an accessory, like a handbag, and not. My God, what a blessing it is.
I say in my act, why has it fallen to me to have to be the one to smack your kids for you in the grocery store? They're on their phone ignoring their kids.
They do, and then they hand their child some kind of device, and there's no communication there. And
Just
you know,
TikTok. That's what
yeah,
they-
yeah,
now
or
they're
some little
common.
iPad or something.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you were this way. I mean, when I was raising my kids, we didn't have any of that stuff. So you're talking to them the whole time and correcting them or teaching them something or just, you know, having that social interaction.
Communication and awareness of each other.
Yeah.
Being in the
That's how you
connected.
teach. Right.
Yeah.
And that is true because
I'm so bored with this. Is there anything else here that's like worth listening to?
I mean, I don't know how everyone's age, but I'm
just
north of 30, 40. Like we question.
We're all north of 30, 40. Yeah, I think so.
When we hear stuff, we're like, that's probably bullshit.
Yeah.
That's how we were raised.
Totally.
That generation don't even, they're like, well, trust the experts.
But they grew up, they grow up being totally sheltered with their helicopter moms.
Yeah,
they
that's
can't
what it
go
was.
outside. They can't do anything. That's why
they're never
afraid.
told no.
They're never
told no. And they never connect anything they do to having an effect.
A consequence, effect. Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't. That's true.
There's no like cause and effect. Oh, I did this, so this was going to happen. It's like, I did this, so I'm going to get away with it.
Anyway, this is enough. This is enough. Okay, I'm like, I don't know. Fuck. I feel like I'm going to miss something if I...
Straight up
I agree.
pedophilia.
Totally. I loved that you said that.
What?
How dare you?
But it's
like,
true.
When I told her.
Oh, I loved that when you said that.
She couldn't believe I said that. I'm like,
I know.
Democrat. It's straight. It is grooming. And bi kid, and you got to have a trans kid.
Yeah.
Or a
That's
couple,
all
or a couple of
Hollywood.
trans. Yeah.
That's all Hollywood's like that.
That's evil.
Grooming.
It's straight. It is grooming.
Yeah.
And Leslie Stahl nearly fell over when I told her.
Oh, I loved that when you said that.
She couldn't believe I said that. I'm
I
like,
know.
Democrats are the party of pedophiles.
They
and she
are.
was like, how dare you?
But it's
like,
true.
It's true.
It is 100% true.
Yeah. Straight up
I agree.
pedophilia.
Totally. I loved that you said that. And I loved her fumfering face. The way she was like,
Right.
you know.
All right. Well, we got to wrap up. Can I ask you two questions? One,
Sure.
about your book.
Yes.
No, okay, we don't care about your book. We don't care. Okay, we're out of here. We're gone. All right. We got more cringe to go through. The gauntlet is not over yet. Let's see. Oh my God, Jim Brewer talking about a lol cow. Here, let's look at a little bit of this. I don't want to get stuck on Jim Brewer because we also have Jesse Lee Peterson to get through. I'm gonna take a second here. Oh my God, chat. I mean, look, it may not even matter because we're only at 3 out of 10 as far as our dono goal goes. So it may not even matter. But this is gonna be hard for me to figure out. I've got like 3 polls. I kept the poll around from the stream that crashed, right? So I'm gonna try to add all the polls together somehow and average them. Apologies for the buffering that you're getting on the YouTube stream. Is it still pretty bad? You still getting buffering over there on the long stream? It looks like we're not quite kicking out the kind of bit rate that I would like to be. Apologies, chat. Apologies. But anyway, let's take a look right here in shorts. We have Noah Sampson. Oh, only ahead by 4 points, right? North Korean poop balloons right behind, chomping at the heels of Noah Sampson. Noah Sampson of the regular stream with only 26 votes. Well ahead of the Legal Eagle versus RFK, the North Korean poop balloons, and the Jujitsu boners. Not very popular. Nobody likes to get a boner in Jujitsu, apparently. This is and then the other poll, Noah Sampson, 43%, North Korean poop balloons, 28%. So yeah, North Korean poop balloons kind of hanging in there. Could possibly do it. Again, we're only at 3 out of 10 as far as our dono goal goes. So this might be kind of a shorter stream today. Who knows though? Who knows? Anything can happen. It's all ball is in your court, chat. But it looks like North Korea poop balloons are getting 13 points, mostly from Thomas. Thomas really possibly affecting the results today. I don't know. It's going to be close, right? Because we got 46 to 26%. We got 43 to 28%. And then in shorts, yeah, it's 38 to 34%. I don't know. Yeah, I can't tell you 100% who's ahead. But again, it only matters if we hit that sub goal. So we're at 3 out of 10 right now. Hopefully, chat. Apologies about the buffering. I don't think there's anything that I can do about it. I think that it's just bad internet weather today. But that doesn't mean that it's going to continue to be bad internet weather, and that's why I'm going to keep streaming rather than ending the stream prematurely, especially after wanting to make sure that I'm giving you your Roseanne Barr Gauntlet. Look, this is payment for not covering the fetus burgers last night. I felt really bad about that. People donated a lot to get the MTG. People voted a lot for the MTG, so I wanted to give you the full MTG. And I also want to give you a little bonus. That's going to be the Roseanne content that we're doing today, the Roseanne Gauntlet, right? Just seeing what is up with this fucking cringe content over here. Look at this, Jim Brewer. Welcome to socialism, a-hole. Oh my god. Oh my god. Here, let's just like watch a little bit of this. These are short.
My youngest one came home the other day, and she's like, I'm quitting my job. She works at a country club. Right? I go, what do you
wait, chat, let's do this really quick, okay? I want to contrast this guy from what he looked like when he was younger. He is aged in such a fucked up way.
I'm doing 10 times the work as this guy and that guy, and like we're all making the same money. And then at the end, I have to share all my tips. But I'm working 10 times. Like, oh, welcome to socialism, asshole.
Yeah, no shit.
How's that working? Oh, now it sucks. Now Bernie sucks. You work hard, but you make the same as the shithead that's sleeping all day. Wow, what a concept. Let's all share, right?
Isn't that great?
Tell you what, you go out and gather eggs, and you go to eat.
Wait, chat, how long ago was Half Baked? When did this movie come out? 1998. This is 26 years. I'm a little bit taken aback at how this man has aged, right? I mean, not just like, obviously, people age, and like some people, age shows earlier, shows up more, whatever. I'm not trying to like be like judgmental about that or anything like that. But I'm just like, the way that he aged is not a way that I would have ever predicted that this man would age, right? Was he smoking like unfiltered or something? Like, what does this? Am I the only one who thinks this is like a lot of, not just like a lot of aging, but also like, he looks like a different person. Like most people, when you look at them young and you look at them now, you're like, oh, okay, you kind of looked like, you just looked like a younger version of yourself. This looks like a different guy. This looks like a different guy altogether.
Each house and gather all that, and when you come back, we all get to eat it.
And I swear to God, I feel like I remember this guy being funny at some point, like on Saturday Night Live or something. I don't know. Maybe Saturday Night Live was never funny, but
how fun is that? Isn't that great? You dumbass.
What happened to him?
You know, because you listen to professors, and that's another thing. The word professor.
Professor. Yes, the esteemed professor.
Nothing but voodoo. It's just
No shit.
It's voodoo
No
bullshit.
shit. Yes, it is.
You know,
Nothing but.
The conservatives don't age well. I mean, that maybe that is it. Is it that? Is the conservatism does it to you? Omega Star, thank you for the gift membership to Will Florida. Will Florida was just gifted, just became a member, just got weasels. Also Peter Martin just got weasels. Omega Star, let me know if you want me to put your memberships behind any particular topic. Any particular potential topic to cover.
Government is a nice word for it. We steal and we enslave you.
That's right.
That's all it is.
That is all it is.
It's a threat to our democracy, which means it's a threat to our.
Then what is capitalism a nice word for? I think it's a nice word for we eat for you, we live for you, while you work to support us, while we stand on your backs, we enjoy life in your place.
Power of controlling you.
That's right.
It's a threat to our democracy. I hate
that
when
too.
morons say it's a threat to our democracy.
Then what do they mean by democracy, though? They
They don't even know what it means.
They don't even know.
You dumbass.
Our democracy, which means that we have the right to keep you from voting for the guy you want to vote for. That's our democracy. And you're threatening that with your Trumpism.
If you
They're so up their own like MAGA asshole that they can't conceive of the fact that the majority of the country is against them. And look, like it's even more than they think, right? Just like Trump is holding Biden afloat, right? The fact that the other option is Trump is making like more people support Biden than would otherwise, right? Biden is holding Trump afloat. And there are people that are sick of Trump, they're sick of Trumpism, but you know, they're like, no, but Biden's like really old. Biden's really, we can't have like an old dude. The old dude, he's gonna sleep. We're gonna get nuclear attacked and he's gonna fall asleep. Or I don't know what they think is gonna happen, but right.
years ago growing up, if you said, "Oh my God, this crazy country! Did you hear about this country in Venezuela? What's going on?" Well, the people love this guy Antonio, and everyone loves Antonio. He's selling out arenas. I should save this for tonight. Hey, he's selling out.
I should save this for tonight. Yeah, it's really good content.
Here and he's selling this, and then all of a sudden,
Yeah, sorry about the buffering, everybody. That is just like there's nothing I can do about that. It is gonna continue until it stops, right? But it probably will stop. It's probably like a momentary thing. So,
and Charlie won, but everyone hates Charlie. So what did the government do? They arrested him.
but you can probably have a slightly less buffery experience in Shorts. I'm gonna say. Let me check and see if that's true. Yep. Shorts is doing fine, right? Shorts, you're doing okay. Shorts is doing okay. So yeah, if you want to avoid the buffering, how about Twitch? Twitch, are you buffering? Is Twitch buffering? Trying to give people options here.
Antonio, and they threw him in jail, and they're like, "Wow, that's a crazy third world
He was never funny.
country." Well, guess what?
Yeah.
We're in it.
Yeah.
And they all but that's the power of the
mafia.
lunacy.
It's the mafia.
It is the mafia.
It's a whole bunch of mafias that
It's really funny that she mentions the mafia when that's how Trump operates.
joined up together. It's the gay mafia,
The gay mafia, the alphabet mafia. Shout outs to the alphabet mafia.
Jew mafia, the black mafia,
What?
socialists.
What? Yo, like I said, I always try to I mean, I don't want to accuse somebody of being anti-Semitic when, you know, they're not, but Jesus Christ, Roseanne Barr, you've really made the argument that, what the fuck was that?
It is the mafia.
It's a whole bunch of mafias that joined up together. It's the gay mafia, the Jew mafia, the black mafia, all the socialists.
Look, for all the smoke that people had for Roseanne, when she made those racist tweets and stuff like that, for how viral that went, I am surprised that nobody's clipped this out. I'm surprised that nobody's clipped this out. This is beyond the line. This is she's saying the quiet part out loud.
Everything, the Catholic mafia, all of them, the socialist mafia.
Oh wow, I don't know where you're throwing the Catholics in there.
Just trying to rip everybody off and put everybody who goes, wait a minute, in friggin' jail. It's the Nazis joined up with the fucking Stalinists, joined up with the fundamentalists, joined up with the freakazoid baby blood drinking Democrat donor pedophiles, and we're supposed to put up with this shit.
Roseanne,
what?
I just fell in love with you even more.
He's the best, isn't he?
We're not allowed to hang out late at night with discussion.
Look, I appreciate the feedback on the state of the stream, but I'm gonna have to say it, all right? I'm just gonna have to lay down the law today, all right? You know I love you, chat, right? But here's the deal. The regular stream is buffering. The short stream is not buffering. If you don't want buffering, there's the short stream right there. Boom, boom, and boom. I can check on Twitch and see if Twitch is buffering. Twitch, how are you doing? Are you buffering? I need to know, Twitch. Are you buffering? Are you buffering? We need to know for some very concerned people in YouTube's chat. But yeah, if you don't want the buffering, click that link, okay? Because at this point, I don't think that complaining is, helpful. Letting me know the state of things, right? When I don't know that that it is buffering or that you're experiencing something, that's great, all right? But there's a place that you can go if buffering is getting to you. Wait, did I even put that in the right chat? Yeah, I did, right? Okay. Yeah, right. Are we okay? In the Shorts chat is good, right? Shorts chat is good. I am sorry about the state of the internet. I wish I could do something about it. I cannot, though. So we have you know what? You have jujitsu boners on the list for the regular chat, but not for the Shorts chat. But yeah, I don't want anybody to have a bad time. So if you're having a bad time, go into Shorts, right? It's a different it's going to look different, but apparently it's not lagging. So I don't want anybody to have to just put up with lag, especially if it's making you salty, right? No, we don't want anybody getting salty.
You know how many times growing up, this is another difficult thing I have with my kids. Is
Omega, if we hit the sub goal, wait, I think I need to add, don't I? Yeah. You donated twice, so that's 5 out of 10. Look, if we hit the sub goal, I might do like a runoff or something, right? Because this is such a weird stream. The polls went wonky. The polls went weird. I've got 3 polls to combine now. I've got 1 poll that has 2 other options in it that people are talking about in chat, and some people want the jujitsu boners. Some people want the Legal Eagle versus RFK. Right, I might have to do a runoff. We might just have to do a runoff, but that's if we hit the sub goal. Uh-oh. Just as I said, the stream's bit rate was okay. Ooh, Shorts is looking a little dodgy too. How are we doing, Shorts? Are we okay? Are we okay in Shorts? Is Shorts lagging? Also, Twitch, I need to hear from you.
They don't believe anything. I'll sit there and I'll watch a movie and they're like, Dad, you want to watch this movie? I went, no, because that jackass is in the club.
Yeah.
What club?
Me too, yeah.
I go, oh, come on. You don't, oh, Dad, you really believe?
Wait, what is he even talking about?
Ranked in your rear end to become famous?
What? What? What is this?
Anything. I'll sit there and I'll watch a movie and they're like, Dad, you want to watch this movie? I went, no, because that jackass is in the club.
Yeah.
What?
That jackass is in the club.
What club?
Me too, yeah.
I go, oh, come on. You don't, oh, Dad, you really?
Oh, no. This is wild. This is wild. Not only does he have a theory that straight men allowing themselves to be sodomized is how some people become famous in Hollywood. but he thinks his kids are ridiculous for questioning that.
Believe that people get ranked in their rear end to become famous.
Ranked? What is ranked? Oh my god, chat. Like, are we buffering over here? Are we okay over here?
Nah.
It's smooth. It's smooth. Okay.
Had nothing to say on that. No, nothing.
By the way,
Oh, this. Okay, so this is the P Diddy thing.
but one of my first introductions, and just back to the mafia, I would try to explain and go, listen, you have to join a mafia. You have to either join the Jew mafia, Jewish mafia. I don't know if Jew is.
Oh my god, he's like trying to correct himself now. Oh, that makes it so much better. That makes it so much better if you say mafia of Jewish people, right? Right, rather than what he said. Like, do you know what I'm saying? He's going. This is the cabal trope. This is a classic bullshit anti-Semitic trope that fucking it's just like. I mean, this is the fucking trope right here. This is the fucking trope.
Is offensive.
We don't give a shit
I
at
don't
this
give a
point.
shit either. Jewish, Italian,
Irish.
gay.
You think that makes it better? You think that makes it? Oh, I'm sorry. I meant the Jewish one, right? That like so, okay. I guess you're not anti-Semitic then. You're just asserting that there's a secret group of Jewish people. Like, I mean, I don't know what you call that other than anti-Semitism. Like, this is.
You have to join a mafia, or you're not. So let me explain this to you.
Secret societies are what runs everything.
Of course, if you.
Of course. How do you not know this? How do you not know about the secret societies running everything?
Yeah. Union.
And you start getting bigger.
The union mafia, the workers mafia.
The big gorilla comes and goes.
Yeah, no shit.
No, that's the problem. It's that the marginalized people are running the world through their mafias.
You really want to get bigger, or whatever mafia they are.
It'd be terrible if you had some kind of accident.
That'd be horrible if you knew shit burnt down. They threatened my mom's father.
Really?
They said they came to the door because he was a contractor in the late 20s, early 30s to throw acid in his eyes.
Jeez.
Yeah,
Jesus.
and then eventually died young. But that, oh my God, that and I.
They're just fucking crooks. They're
yes,
just
but
crooks.
that's what's been running everything forever. I remember.
I feel like I want to pull a clip. I can't do this, chat, because it's a movie, but I want to pull a clip where he plays this guy in Half Baked. He plays like a stoner, right? And he's like, yeah, man, that's why they won. That's the conspiracy, man. Oh, geez. Like, right? He's doing, like, it's the same shit that his character was doing. That is the only, like, sort of connection that I can find is this fucking incoherent stoner sort of, like, which was a character, right? This wasn't how he acted in his normal life, right? This was the, you know, the character that he played in Half Baked, right? But when, like, like, I know there's a clip of that character getting stoned and going off on some half-cocked conspiracy theory and like, yeah, man, that's how they do the thing. It's the, yeah, right? He is that character. He's turned into that character, and I don't think he's even lit here.
Being on a film, and it was a very obscure film. And when I was sitting there filming it, and I'm looking at Hell's Angels, I'm like, why is there all Hell's Angels here? Like, oh, well, there's just, it's kind of security. Security.
Sir.
That's the best security.
Well, yeah.
Well, technically, yes. But the guy explained to me, he's like, hey, we're at a port. Every port is run by gangs.
Right.
I was like, what? And then I realized the movie, so many movies and so much of Hollywood and so much are just fronts.
Yeah.
For a whole different shipping and handling and of business that no
Transportation.
everything.
Cement. Transportation.
Exactly.
Trafficking.
And people can't
Wandering.
wrap their head around that because they're in love with it.
I'm sorry, but you are existing in some sort of boomer alternate reality where it is still concurrently the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And I don't know, like, how much of this shit actually existed in the 70s, 80s, or 90s, or how much of this shit was represented in movies, right? But
They're in love with it.
They're in
but-
love with the movies.
am I not seeing Twitch chat? No, actually. Oh, that's wild. We've answered. Wait, no, I see one version. Not right now, but we were. Okay, so Twitch was buffering. Not buffering now. Yeah. Huh, that's really weird. Maybe if I reset this. Oh, wait, now there it is. Yeah, it took me a minute to update. Yeah, I do see Twitch chat. Oh, that's so weird. Okay, well, I can see you. You know, maybe it was the buffering, and if you were buffering, maybe that's why I didn't see you. I don't know. That's weird. It's weird. So Twitch is okay, for the record, right? Twitch is doing all right now.
We're in love with there's no business like show business.
Wait, I'll do Ethel Merman. There's no business like show business, like no business I know.
This is the most cursed boomer content I have watched in so long.
Pretty good.
I used to want to be her.
Wait, is Brewer actually a boomer, or does he just look like? I think he's a Gen Xer, right? He's not like Roseanne is a legit boomer, but like Brewer is a Gen Xer.
What was her name?
Ethel Merman.
Know what she made me? Was she in Mad?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
That she was so. That's one of my all-time favorite movies.
Yeah, I like that.
Ever. Jonathan Winters, that whole crew.
Jonathan Winters. What did you get out of him? Let's go.
I got to meet him once.
Oh, I got to meet him too.
So I was in the Montreal Comedy Festival, and
that was a good festival.
that was a great festival. That was a great festival. I called it the comic slave trading.
Yeah, it is.
So I was like, this guy's worth $100. Who is it, man? Disney, 100 touchdown for 250. NBC for another 3.5 million. Development deal, sold to Castle Rock. Bing, 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 bing. Here comes a black guy. No one knows he's going to be a huge star. Him, I got 2 million, 3 million. So 7-picture deal in 7 seasons. Hold him. He can't work.
Wait, okay.
So here's Jim Brewer.
Okay, so chat, I'm looking at the bit rate. It looks good now. I'm going to give it a chance to come back. Okay, I'm going to give it a chance to come back. Looks like it sounds like Twitch is okay. YouTube Shorts is okay. The main YouTube stream is not okay though. So if you're experiencing lag on that, yeah, you can switch to one of the other streams. Yeah, look, wait, it should be good now. It should be good. Wait a minute. What's happening? Are we good now? I can't tell. It looks like it's lagging. It looks like it's still lagging, but it shouldn't be. My bitrate is good now. We'll give it a couple more minutes and see if it works. If not, we can all pile into shorts, right? If that's gonna work and nothing else is gonna work, we can do that. But
he's worth 50,000. 50,000. What the fuck just happened? The guy got 30. So with what was that? There was one hotel where we'd all be in. I forget whatever it was. Right, it was in that hotel, and I'd go there, and I would get struck by the older guys. Shit, I think Brenner was in there.
Oh, David.
Yeah, I think it was David Brenner.
This is literally, chat, watching this content like makes you age faster. I'm not going to subject you to any more of it. So that's her conversation with Jim Brewer, but look what we got right here. Look what we got, who we got right here. We got Mr. Jesse Lee Peterson, the man, the myth, the legend, the predator, the homophobe himself, Jesse Lee Peterson.
Christians and Jews were one.
I know, that's what I say. Yep. Mm-hmm.
It won. It was taught, it was known that if it wasn't for Judaism, there would be no Christianity.
Chat, I'm going to have to knock on the wood to say this, but it looks like the regular YouTube stream is okay. It looks like it's okay now. Yeah, Jesse Lee Peterson, if you didn't watch, I did a video on this a while ago, but like he was exposed as taking advantage of men in his ministry. So he has a radio show, but in addition, he runs, I don't know exactly what it is, what does a ministry mean, but he has men like staying at his house ostensibly for Christian fellowship, right? But several of these men have come out and said that Jesse Lee Peterson like took advantage of them in a predatory way, in a sexual way, right? He is extremely homophobic, right? If you've ever watched Jesse Lee Peterson before, like there's certain things that he says over and over again. One of them is amazing, right? You tell him something, he's like amazing, right? That's one of his things. If you know you're a leftist guy, he'll be like beta. You're a beta male, right? And then one of the other things that he says, mostly to leftist guys is, "Are you homosexual?" And they're like, no, actually, Jesse, I'm not gay, but blah, blah, blah. Are you homosexual? He'll ask you again and again and again. Like he'll come back to the same, "Are you homosexual?" And the only right answer is yes, I'm a homosexual. You got like right. But this whole time, while he's been asking everybody, "Are you a homosexual?" It's like maybe he is. And here's the thing too. I think that the guys that are attracted to his ministry, right, are often guys who are latently gay themselves, are guys who have same-sex attraction, but if you believe in Jesse Peterson, you can pray away the gay. You just got to be good with God, right? God would never make you gay. You just got to have better faith, right? And maybe if you're really having trouble with your faith, you're really having some moments of weakness, you're feeling some attraction, some same-sex attraction, well, maybe you could stay with Jesse Peterson and you could pray together, right? There's multiple men that have come forward and said that basically Jesse Lee Peterson sort of blindsided them, with his sexual advances, and they went along with it, and later like ask him like, "Hey Jesse, what's going on? Like you always talk about how being gay is bad, but we just had gay sex, bro. What can you like, you know what I mean?" There are people that like, that's a vulnerable moment, right? When somebody like somebody that wants to believe that being gay is bad and evil, and they're not that, right? And they have a gay experience, right? And they're trying to figure out like what just happened. And he'll tell them like every thought is a lie. The devil is the master of lies, right? He basically encourages this like cognitive dissonance that I guess he has, towards his own sexuality, to just like live in denial. And several of these men have come out and made allegations on Jesse Lee Peterson. So that's the, I don't know how many people are aware of that, but I did a video a year and a half ago.
Right.
And so I grew up with much respect for Christians, and I always wanted to go to Israel because my grandparents and everybody would talk about Israel. They would sing about it. They showed it to us in the Bible. And I had a chance to go to Israel, and it was amazing. Mm-hmm. It was so nice that we sent a second trip over there as well. It was really, really nice. But I never knew that there was something called liberal Jews. And when I first started doing my radio and stuff like that, and I would hear about liberal Jews, I didn't understand what that meant. I'm like, how could you be a liberal Jew after all what the Jews have gone through?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And they were like, well, I think the liberal Jews feel sorry for the blacks because they think the blacks have gone through what they went through with the Holocaust and all that. But I'm like, it's just not the same. I couldn't go through hell like that and become.
He also blames women for all the, I forgot about his misogyny. Yeah, Sasha G is pointing out a an aspect of Jesse Lee Peterson that I completely forgot about. Yeah, or I just wasn't thinking about it. Yeah, blames women for like all the problems of the world. So it's not surprising. Yeah, and the other thing that he does is he feels like he's a counselor, right? He does counseling, whatever the fuck that means. And he'll sometimes get into that mode like on stream with somebody. Like especially when he's talking to like a liberal guy, and he'll basically insinuate that their mom made them gay by like dominating them, and that somehow they gotta like take that like this is when he starts calling like Destiny a woman and stuff like that, right? This is that kind of stuff, right? That like that he tries to psychoanalyze them, suggesting that they're living like a womanly persona because as a child they allowed themselves to be dominated by their mom, and that I don't know. It's truly amazing, and it's incomprehensible, and I can't believe this guy lives like this. He lives like this, right? Having, gay sex with, whoever he can kind of, con into like praying with him or whatever. And then just like denying it and telling them to deny it and like living in denial and like it's just the weirdest thing, right? Because it's just and it's cruel. It's cruel because like I'm saying, like these are guys that don't realize that they're gay. These are guys that are still living in that mindset of like, no, gay means there's something wrong with you and there's nothing wrong with me, and these feelings, maybe I just need to pray harder, maybe I just need to have more faith and stuff like that. And he's like, oh yeah, let me help you with that. And like by helping them, he is basically exploiting them, basically exploiting men in a very vulnerable state.
A Jew, a liberal. It just didn't make sense. But now I'm discovering,
mommy doms, I guess,
more liberal Jews than what I even imagined.
Yeah, they're not even, I mean, don't get me started, but most of them don't even believe in.
I just wonder, does he know any Jewish people? I mean, like
God, so I don't know why they call themselves Jews. They don't believe in God. They don't do anything you're supposed to do as a Jew. They don't do none of that. Instead, they adopted, it's funny, they adopted a social justice policy, like all the liberals have.
Yeah.
In chat, also notice how compatible this view of Judaism, like, right, dividing Jewish people into liberal Jews and like actual Jews, right, in their mind, because there's conception of, Judaism is like conservative. Notice how that parallels to like Nixon's anti-Semitism. The conversation that we watched on Hassan with the Reverend Billy Graham, where he divided Jewish people into the the good Jewish people and then the synagogue of Satan, as he called it, on the other side, by which he meant like liberal Jewish people.
What replaced their religion and their God was the state. Mm-hmm. And they never want to admit that, but
Shapiro's framing too. Yeah, absolutely.
They are going to make the better state than the one they've lived in, but they still want the state to have all the power and everybody to bow down to it.
That's amazing. I understand now how the mind works, but it doesn't make sense that you could be a Jewish person and separate from God. It's not like Jew and God go together, It's like hand in glove, how do you separate from that? It just seemed to be part of your identity because, like I said, if it wasn't for Judaism, there would be no Christianity. The world would be totally messed up. If it wasn't for
any Islam.
So messed up that people wouldn't know that at the top of every hour there is a 3-minute ad break on Twitch. It's an ad break that you can skip if you use a Twitch Prime to get yourself a free sub, if you pay Twitch $5 to buy yourself a sub, or if somebody is kind enough to gift you a sub, which often can happen, but is more likely to happen to you if you're actually active in the chat.
Yeah.
But I guess the Jews just got bored. I mean, they got bored with it. I guess they had to do something new, which is to go and
the fuck is she talking about?
Pretend that the world is not the way it really is. That's what's behind all that liberal thinking, don't you think? They're living in
Yeah,
a fantasy.
yeah, no, it's absolutely a deception of the mind. It's darkness of the mind.
YouTube chat, how is it now? How is it now?
100%.
I said that it was oh wait, that's shorts I'm looking at. Wait, shorts looks like it's maybe having some keyframe frequency. I don't know. It looks like I've got enough bitrate though. It looks like my bitrate's okay.
Yeah, liberal. It's a weird word that the meaning of it, I think, changed because originally it said that the word liberal came from a particular way of reading the Constitution. That there was a conservative way to interpret the laws and a liberal way to interpret the laws. But it didn't have anything to do with social experimentation.
It's sad that this information actually does exist, like, right, the historical roots of liberalism, an understanding of that in the framework of conservatism and
on groups of captive populations like we do. It was just an interpretation of the laws. But you can see, I just think it's all just communism. It just came and got a great big old toe in, and it was a Trojan horse, and they rolled it over all of us.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been told that it's kind of been in the making for a long time too, but most people just didn't see it coming. Mm-hmm. And when I was growing up, I did not know until after the so-called civil rights movement. I did not know any liberals growing up in Alabama, and I did not know any Democrats. Everyone in my family, all of my friends and their family members were all Republicans. Mm-hmm. And so,
how old is Jesse Lee Peterson, right? Because the realignment of the political parties took place, over a decent amount of time, but the real like hammer in, the real nail in the Dixiecrats' coffin was hammered in during civil rights, right? When the Democrats were the ones to enact civil rights legislation, to make laws against segregation, right? And at that point, the Republicans turned, and right around the time of Richard Nixon enacted the Southern Strategy, right? But before, like JFK and Lyndon Johnson, Republicans, were the party of Lincoln. If you go back to the Civil War, they're also, sort of the party of capitalism, but so if he's old enough, that kind of makes sense that he wouldn't know Democrats. Like that it wouldn't make sense for Black people to support the Democratic Party when it was the Dixiecrat Party, when it was the still the party of the Confederacy, essentially, and after the Civil War, you had a few years of Republican rule, both in terms of the radical Republicans in the legislation, and the presidents like Lincoln and Grant in the presidency, right? Or I mean, there was Johnson too, but like the radical Republicans were there to kind of stymie Johnson's agenda. But eventually, you do have the Democrats come back in a big way and gain power again.
They were conservative in their thinking. They worked for themselves. They bought land. I did not know any liberals, or I didn't know the Democrats, but that has all changed now. And though there are some blacks that are becoming conservative now, Republican, but that wasn't before the civil rights movement. They were conservative. They were building and taking care of themselves. They were independent thinkers. And I believe
they were building wealth all over in pockets all over the country. And then those places like Rosa. Oh, I'm so bad on names. I used to be able to go like name them off, but the places of black wealth were invaded by, I mean, largely Democrats.
Yeah.
They were run off, hung, lynched, and their land, stolen. Like Manhattan Beach, California,
Yes.
was a black city, and the developers or whoever, the oil company, I don't know, the big money came in, and all of a sudden it was just rich white people living there, and all the black people were shoved out, and their wealth stolen. Like Juneteenth is about that too. The Black Wall Street, just the invasion of Democrats, really,
Yeah.
to prevent anybody from rising on their own, where they don't control it or get a little payoff, just like the mafia, where they go, oh, it'd be terrible if something happened to this little town, but we
Are we back to the mafia again?
protect it if you pay up,
I feel like she just really loves, she's probably a big fan of The Godfather.
right?
It's all about the money and perceived power. It's not about love. It's not about the people. It is about the money and so-called power. That's all the so-called civil rights movement was about. It was about money and power. It was never about becoming one nation under God, being one, bringing people together. It was never about that. It was always about money and power. And you can only do that when you divide the people. Divide and conquer. And that's what they did. And when the Father Messiah became the president, you know who the Father...
What? Oh shit! I was about to look at it for another video, but what is this?
Obama.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So sorry. He does call Trump the Great White Hope sometimes, which is kind of like, I don't know, kind of a messianic sounding name, but with actually like a racist history behind it. Oh my God, chat, help me out here. The phrase Great White Hope, right? It comes from boxing. Was it like a white boxer that had, when the title went to someone that was black, was it like a white boxer that was supposed to win the title back? Was that what the Great White Hope was about? Like I've heard this phrase, but here I might actually have to look it up.
Yeah.
The Father Messiah, Big Mama Michelle. When he became president, it went downhill fast. And I remember when the radical far left Black Lives Matter were chanting, what do we want? Dead cops. When do we want them now? Yeah. Peas in the blanket, fry them like bacon.
That is not what happened. Okay. No. The pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon was like protesters like actually being kind of friendly with the cops that were at the protest, right? That was like a joke, like, right? That it wasn't threatening or anything like that. But the other thing that he's talking about, we won't stop. It was a chant that was like, we won't stop, we can't stop until we something like until we put an end to killer cops. Right? So that was about killer cops, right? It got taken out of context by Fox News and said that, they're saying so kill a cop. They weren't. It was they were talking about killer cops who kill people, right? Cops who specifically kill like innocent black people.
Rebuking those people or locking them up. He invited some of the leaders to the White House. He sat with them and talked to them. But if any white group had done that about blacks or black officers, it would have been a different story. And it's just Obama pushed that race idea more than any other president I ever heard of. And I knew that he would.
That's why they put him in there. I mean, It's the perfect evil devil thing. Think about, and it really made me so mad at the time. I ran against him in 2012 just because I knew what was happening. And I knew since he signed away all our money in 2008, he ran back to Washington, D.C. to sign all that giveaways to the banks and all that. He ran
Yeah.
right after he was sworn in. But I was like, man, they got a guy that they can totally control, and they're going to use him because his skin is dark.
Yes.
They're going to use him to destroy the black middle class and its
Yes.
wealth, and the black wealth of every black community. And that is what he did.
Mm-hmm.
And he's continuing to do it because this is third term. And then all they show on TV, they never show a dissenting black person saying, "Oh, he did this to us. He went down there to wherever it was where they were drinking poison water and pretend he was drinking some of it."
Yeah.
Flint, Michigan.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay, now that actually was fucked up. That was a fucked up move by Obama, right? Instead of dealing with what was going on with the Flint water supply, Obama tried to drink water in order to try to deny that the water was messed up.
He's just an actor. I think I always say, "Oh, the guy wants to be a stand-up comic." He really likes to do comedy, but all the comics were talking about him, saying, "Oh, they have to worship him," so that, "Oh, he was just so great, so funny."
Yeah.
Well, Trump's funny, just
Yeah.
off the top of his head, but Obama was a practiced he was a practice comic like they got on the Colbert Show,
Yeah.
by script. Can never ad lib, as they say, can't ad lib a fart at a bean eating contest. They said that in Utah.
What the fuck? Well, there it is. Obama can't ad lib a fart at a bean eating contest. That's where that quote comes from. I'm trying to track down this chant that he's talking about, right? Because this is definitely something that was used actually by Trump to attack BLM. There is $4.99 for jujitsu boners, which I'm gonna now add. I'll add it right here. No, not that right there. Jujitsu boners, it is, maybe. That's got 5% behind it now. Thank you for the super chat, Shakespeare. We are now at 6 out of 10, possibly within striking range of that dono goal. We'll see. We'll see. It's going to be very hard for me to tabulate, given that there's now 3 polls because one of our streams went down. And I added 2 extra options to the new poll, right? That being Jujitsu Boners and Legal Eagle versus RFK. So feel free to vote for those over on the regular stream. You can also vote with your dollars. Remember, and I think are we good on both streams? Are we lagging? Is anybody lagging? Are we good now? Let me look at the bit rate. The bit rate looks good. The bit rate looks really good. Yeah, it's like weather, Chad. It's basically like 1 out of every, I don't know, 15 streams I do, the weather is bad. The weather is bad for streaming. It's not really the weather. I don't really mean the weather. I just mean the weather of the internet. If you imagine that. And I don't even know what's going on this time because I checked it and it was specifically the upload that was just like not going. The download was fine. So yeah, that's really annoying. There's a movie called The Great White Hope that's about Joe Louis.
Hey, greetings, humans, and
She's looking very Posey Parker. I'm surprised she didn't say greetings, adult human females,
and any animals who might be tuning in to the sound of my melodious and fabulous voice.
Does she always say that? She always starts like this.
Welcome to the Roseanne Barr podcast.
So you see,
It's, very much a provocateur. He's a
provocateur. You got to make some excuse for him, don't you?
provocateur. He wakes a lot of people up. He's unapologetic. He is amazing.
Oh,
And we just love him. Jesse Lee Peterson, thanks for being here.
thank you, Roseanne. I appreciate you guys having me on. I'm grateful. Thank you.
We always watch you every day, and we're excited to watch you work it and the way you really blaze a trail for, trying to wake up these people that are under such heavy duty mind control of the left.
Yeah.
They don't even have any thoughts, do they?
No, and that's unfortunate. And again, thank you for coming on the Fallen State, my show. That was amazing too. But one of the primary problems is that people don't think for themselves anymore.
Right.
They're like group thinkers. And so there's no individuality. When I was growing up, by example, and we were taught to be free thinkers, to think for ourselves and not be afraid to disagree, not to be afraid of not being a part of the club. So it's just in me to be that way. And I have never been a group thinker. I go out, I enjoy people, but I don't take my identity from that. I made my self-identity, and it's amazing to live that way.
Well, you've had an amazing life. I read your book, from when I came on your show. I don't even know how long that was. I'm bad on time. Maybe it was a couple years. But anyway, huh?
Something like that, yes.
Yeah. But your people gave me your book, and I read it. I found it fascinating. For the life you've lived, it's like my story, kind of from rags to rising to your dream. And but yours is so American as far as like your particular story, because you started out on a sharecropping farm, yeah?
I did, down in Alabama. I grew up on a plantation down there, and my parents and their parents and their parents and their parents worked the plantation, and I stayed there until I left in 1968, at which time I moved to Los Angeles. And so I never, ever, not one iota of a time, thought that my life would go the way that it has gone. It seemed to happen on its own. I didn't plan it. I didn't hear something from God. I didn't run from God and all that. It has a life of its own. I'm just living it, to be honest.
That's exactly how I feel too.
Yeah.
I'm just living it, and it shows up, but I feel like God's putting it there, or it wouldn't show up,
Absolutely, 100%. One story amongst several, when I was growing up, my great-grandfather was killed in his bed. What happened was another black guy was fired from another plantation, and my great-grandfather ran the plantation that we grew up on, and so did my grandfather, by the way. And so he hired the black guy that was fired from another one. And the white people came over and said, no, you got to fire him. Don't hire him. And my great-grandfather said, no, I am hiring him, because he was an individual thinker too. And so one night they came for him, and when they came for him, he went for his gun under the bed, and he ran them off. But then at some other point they came again, and when he went for his gun, his wife had taken the gun from underneath the bed, and they were able to kill him.
Oh my God.
And so they asked her, why did you move the gun? She was like, I thought he might get hurt. I'm like, what the?
Oh my God.
But my point is, in spite of all that, we were never, ever, ever taught to hate white people. We were never taught to blame someone.
Shakespeare says, Roseanne talks about God in the most non-Jewish way ever. You missed some of the, just mask off, anti-Semitism. I don't know. She goes off about, there's the Jewish mafia, there's the gay mafia, there's the black mafia. She's literally, she's got this conspiracy theory that that all of the all marginalized identity have a mafia. She's just more mask off than I expected, actually.
They told us there's good and evil, and it's in all people. Either you're on the side of good or you're on the side of evil. and that we should treat all people the way that we would like to be treated. And I didn't hear all this mess about racism and all that until I moved to LA and when the so-called civil rights movement started, which was one of the worst things that's ever happened to the blacks.
What? I mean, I've heard him say this stuff before.
They fell for the lie, other than abortion.
Doesn't stop it from surprising me.
When they fell for the lie of the civil rights movement, they became group thinkers. They put other human beings over them, Martin Luther King, Jesse Jackson, all those people. And the government became their daddy, and it's just been downhill ever since.
Oops, all mafias, yeah.
Well, it definitely was a mind control program. Do you agree? Don't you think it's just that Marxist crap? You know, they just keep on selling that Marxist crap. If they can get their hooks into people and make them think that it's somebody else's fault or that there's no hope for them to rise or get better, you know, of course they're going to give up thinking anything but that when it's all around you.
Absolutely. In growing up, I never imagined for 1 minute that black people would not all, but most would end up becoming.
Wait, Bluebell ice cream is Marxism confirmed? Wait, was that the whole Nancy Pelosi thing? It's the start of the pandemic, right? And at some point, like Nancy Pelosi's getting interviewed, and she it's in her house, right? And she opens up. She's got like not just like a freezer like with her refrigerator, right? But she's also got like a separate freezer, and she opens it up, and there is just like oodles and oodles, like cartons and cartons of Bluebell ice cream, which I think is the expensive. I've never actually gotten it, but
groupie, non-thinking victims. Because growing up, I did not hear that at all. I was taught, the moment I popped out of my mama's womb, I was taught to work. You know, I helped around the house. I worked the cotton fields. I used to have to get up every morning and go bring the cows up from the pasture, milk the cows, feed them, put them back out into pasture, and get ready to catch the school bus at 7. And so I've been taught to work all my life, and that's how they prepared us. As long as you can take care of yourself, you can work with your hands, you're going to always have food on your table. And they don't even do that with the children anymore. They're not teaching them responsibility in their homes. So when they go out, they've been made into even more victims because they don't believe they can take care of themselves.
Well, they don't know how to take care of themselves. I mean,
Right.
I think you're right about that. They made everybody, you know, it seems like every passing 20-year generation thing, the kids are weaker and less educated, more dumbed down, more trusting of authority, which, you know, in my time and yours, that's the last thing we thought. We thought authority's there to hold, you know, to hold you down.
it's weird though what she considers an authority and what she doesn't, right? And like, you know, if you say that like the younger generations are more trusting of authority than the older generations, you're just wrong. You're just wrong. You know, both in a sense of that there's like, for instance, like, right, the authorities say communism is bad. We have the best system in the world. We're at the end of the history. We're at the end of history, right? We got capitalism. That's what the free world celebrates, is capitalism and democracy, right? They're hand in hand. And the younger generations are like, no, I think if I want to, I can vote for a socialist candidate. And I don't have any problem doing that. Right? Yeah, it's not true. It's not true. And it's not even true in the sense of like, you know, if you want to say the, you know, the other thing that she's probably thinking of when she says authority is like public health, Fauci, and like, you know, people that are, you know, giving out public health information, right, is the authority that she mostly does not trust. And no, the younger generations aren't necessarily like, you know, or if anything, are less trusting of authority overall.
You have to, you know, abide by the laws, but you can't just obey authority for no reason after the things they have done.
I ain't Kowalski, but I am a country boy. Wait, is Kowalski the dude from Fallout New Vegas? The guy that's like, hey, don't shoot the monument?
Yeah.
Is that Kowalski?
You're absolutely right about that. And it's unfortunate that that is so far gone left now down the road. It doesn't look like it's going to ever return.
Did you know that Eminem is a liberal? Are you sure about that? like, I know Eminem doesn't like Trump, and I know Eminem doesn't like Bush, but if you've listened to his latest shit, he kind of sounds like a boomer. Like, he's making pronoun jokes, right? I don't know. I don't know. Like he's definitely not a progressive. I don't even know about liberal.
Only getting worse day by day, and I just don't believe.
Like, Eminem sounding more like Bill Maher.
You know, anything possible, I guess, but I don't see where my country is coming back to at least normal, somewhat of a normal state in which it was before all this started to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see how it can either. And the thing that I wonder about a lot lately is, are we going to be able to
Oh, Kowalski, the Majority Report caller. I see who you're talking about. Yeah.
vote our way out of this tyranny
Who's the guy from Fallout New Vegas?
we're living in? Will a vote be able to change that?
No, it won't. It's just too far gone now. Even if Donald Trump, the great white hope, should get in
There we go. The Great White Hope.
office this year, this time around, he may bring back jobs. He start drilling.
Okay, so now luckily this one is actually this one has got timestamps on it. Should we take a look and see what we got in terms of timestamps? This is very useful. Wait. Oh my god. Why don't they just put the timestamps in the... Oh my god, I hate this. I hate this. Okay, we gotta just like... Okay, so will voting change things? People are waking up. Do you love white people? What is this? Yo, do you love white people? I forgot, this is the other thing he says.
They feel terrorized at anybody whose opinion doesn't match theirs, word for word. They could agree with you on 8 of 10 things and they'll be real happy, but you get to one thing that there's not ultimate agreement in, and they're just, I guess they're afraid or something, but they turn mean.
Yes, they do. The nastiness come out. I can ask them, do you love white people? They'll be like, what? They're like, I love all people. Do you love white people? I love all people. Do you love white people? They can't even say yes or no to that.
This is like his version of the it's okay to be white. His version of the it's okay to be white dog whistle. JLP is known for asking, do you love white people? He also says, do you love black people? And there's just no good answer. No matter what you say in response to that, he will ask you, do you love black people? Yes, but do you love black people? Like, he just, yeah. It's one of these things that he repeats.
I've had guests tell me, well, I can't answer that question. White guests, I can't answer that. I'll look like a racist. How are you going to look like a racist to say you love white people? If you don't love all people, you love none. So why can't you just say yes or no? But they're afraid that they're going to look like a racist or something.
Well, don't you feel like they're afraid they're going to be exposed for what?
No, then ask Roseanne. Ask Roseanne. Make her say it.
Really is underneath all that. Underneath all that self-righteous talk about how they're the saviors of humanity, they are a racist.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they wouldn't be afraid to say it, right? They are protecting something.
They're hiding something.
They're guarding.
Hey, Ma, our favorite. I say that about every ad, but it's time to talk about Zippix toothpicks.
They're selling toothpicks?
Who we love.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you have some suggestions for the company.
How is toothpicks an advertiser? I've never seen toothpicks advertised on anything. Like, it's just such a niche thing. Like, most of the time, toothpicks are something you get from a restaurant if you go there and then they have a little toothpick dispenser, right? It's like, you'd think that you'd advertise it to, like, owners of restaurants.
Which I'll let you talk about, but I just want to remind people.
Anybody buy toothpicks?
Zippix are nicotine-infused toothpicks.
Oh, okay. Nicotine-infused toothpicks. Yeah, so you're selling really good stuff to your real totally not using and abusing her following here.
I agree.
I am sure that no bad consequences will come. Majority Report did Zippix for a while, I think. Yeah, and what is it? The Adam Friedland show did Blue Chews, which I think is that like a nicotine gum? My dad buys toothpicks.
And also, when you feel gratitude for the things you should actually feel gratitude for, that helps. That helps.
No, I literally thought it was going to be for toothpicks, but I mean, I guess it makes more sense. But
you to reconfigure the way you live your life and the things that happen to you as a result, too, right?
Absolutely, 100%. Life become clear. You have a clear mind.
Wait, Blue Chew's Viagra? Is that right? I thought they were selling nicotine gum.
You're not all confused and trying to figure things out.
Wait, Adam Friedland is selling dick gum?
It started to happen naturally for you. And so that's why I encourage people to overcome fear by overcoming anger. You got to do that. And you're right about the Jews.
Putting your whole fist in your mouth with floss gets old fast. You're not wrong about that.
When I was
Well, wait, they have those little things, right? Those little plastic things, right?
growing up.
Wait, what did you just say about Jewish people?
And so that's why I encourage people to overcome fear by overcoming anger. You got to do that. And you're right about the Jews. When I was
Those are words you never want to hear. God damn. That's a scary phrase to hear. You're right about the
growing up, Christians and Jews were one.
I know, that's what I say. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What? What?
They were one. It was taught, it was known that if it wasn't for Judaism, there would be no Christianity.
Right.
And so I grew up with much respect for Christians. And I always wanted to go to Israel because my grandparents and everybody would talk about Israel. They would sing about it. They showed it to us in the Bible. And I had a chance to go to Israel, and it was amazing.
The plastic things don't work for you either. My teeth are too close together for. Oh, wait, so you can't get in between?
Mm-hmm. It was so nice.
Amazing.
That we sent a second trip over there.
Amazing.
As well. It was really, really nice. But I never knew that there was something called liberal Jews.
Oh, there we go. This is where yeah, okay. So we've seen this already. Wait, money and power is the thing that comes. Wait, I think we heard them talk about that. Evil Devil and Barack Obama. We saw that. Common Sense. Black communities. Med kit. Oh, they're selling the med kits again. They're selling the ivermectin.
Control of the masses.
And this kit, this specific kit, the med kit, just so people understand what it is if you haven't bought one yet or researched, it has 8 potentially life-saving medications, so you can rest easy knowing that you have emergency antibiotics, antivirals, and antiparasitics on hand to keep you and your family safe.
So he's not going to say ivermectin this time.
Like, we love these.
Oh, he's going to say it.
Amoxicillin, ivermectin, and a Z-Pack, as well as a 22-page guidebook with complete instructions on safe use. So
And then the next ad is, this is debt relief, right? She's selling debt relief. Oh my God. I'm sure that's not sketchy.
Yeah. I noticed that in Chicago, a lot of the blacks are speaking out. Mm-hmm. They are against that mayor that bringing in all these illegals and put them up in hotels and things like that. Nick, give me some water.
Yeah, Dom Looker's been
all
covering
day,
it.
Roseanne.
Huh?
I've been talking all day doing my show and stuff like that. But they are against the black mayor there because he's bringing in these illegals. They're giving them free stuff. They're housing them. And the blacks are starting to feel the pain of that. And for the first time, I am not in a long time that I've seen the blacks stand up for themselves as I see happening right now. So that's something new in the recent years. So we'll see what happens with that.
Yeah, I think that's heartening. That, well, any free thought and breaking away from, the control of.
How can they sell antibiotics? Yeah, I don't know, Bad Lefty. I didn't know that amoxicillin was over the counter, and it sounds like a really bad idea.
Very few people over a large amount of people is a good thing. Especially in America,
Can you buy antibiotics without prescriptions? Not that I knew of, but maybe they changed it.
But, I guess.
What is liberal juice? Oh, God.
Some of us, because I watched you talking about it, and a few others of us, we knew you know, they don't like any countries.
No.
They just want one big glob of stuff that a few at the top rule over everybody. They got docile slaves and servants, you know, like royalty used to. They're feudalists.
Yeah, it's a waste. Another thing that I want to
It's really funny how capitalism is the thing that looks like the new feudalism.
mention that has happened, and I never imagined that one day I would see happening, is that they have destroyed the family. I remember when I was growing up, the father was the head of the family, the grandparents were there. You know, we had the family unit with that order of God and Christ, Christ and man, man and woman, woman and children. That's gone now, and you can hardly find, especially in the black community, but not only now, you can hardly find a family where the father's there.
Yeah.
And if he's there, he doesn't have an authority, you know, his wife running the family, running him. And so he still don't have that strength there that we had when I was growing up. The family has been destroyed. And when you destroy the family like that, the kids don't have a chance. They don't have a chance. So we got to restore the family that was created by God.
I mean, you say it.
Yeah, it's funny how much they contradict each other. Both, like, at the same time, they're like, there's not enough hierarchy. There's the hierarchy there, the family, the man is in charge, then the wife, then the children, or you got God, then the man, then the wife, then the children. And now they just want everything to be everyone, but then with a few rich people ruling over them. But isn't it funny that the way that they have to smear communism is by implying that it has a capitalist hierarchical structure?
All the time. The male has.
Oh, JLP, yeah, I forgot about that. JLP famously does not have a family, unless you count the men staying with him at his ministry.
Been destroyed.
Yes.
You know, they used to, when I first started my show, they was always all the time calling me a man hater and this and that. But I was just talking, what I was trying not to be a man hater because they were all having a family with no man in it at all. But I wanted to show a family with a mother and father who, you know, both worked together for the, you know, with love for the benefit of their family and the way I thought at the time.
Yeah.
What's funny to me is how disconnected somebody like Roseanne Barr is from the mainstream conservative movement, right? Which is very much like, it's not about a man and a woman working together. It is about a woman being subservient. And actually even JLP like believes this too, right? When he was talking about the family and the order and the hierarchy, like, right, he believes in a dominant, husband. This is definitely not what Roseanne Barr had, her comedy back in the day was about. And it sounds like it's, still not, she's like denies being a man hater or whatever the fuck that is. But she's not like, bowing down and being like, yes, the man is superior. The man should tell us what to do. We need the man as the leader, as the head of the family. Right. I just don't, like, she's sitting right there with Jesse Lee Peterson and she doesn't get that she's the odd one out in saying that it should be a partnership between wife and husband. She is very much the odd one out. Do you think that Steven Crowder had a partnership with Hillary Crowder? Does that look like a partnership that you saw in that ring cam footage? And that's way more common in the conservative movement than people even realize.
Yes.
Different than now, but I think we got to do something with the men. Now, and I'm so mad at the men because I don't know why they gave up so easy. I mean, maybe they're afraid. Maybe it's because women are increasingly more violent to them. I always see women beating men.
We got to get some mileage off of Amber Heard. Still, we got to get that mileage off of Amber Heard.
But when I would go on stage in Austin, I'm telling you, I would say. I mean, I had a couple of drinks and I was loose, but I said, how many men here are getting their butts beat by their wives or girlfriends? Because I just know it's huge numbers because the women are excused for their violence every minute, every day. I can't stand it.
I gotta pee. I will be right back. Let me check on the vote again, just to see where we're at. 40% for Noah Sampson, 32%. Those North Korean poop balloons coming on strong and actually challenging, I would say. 21% in the other poll though, so not doing quite as well there, but 28% versus 43 in the first poll. I've got 3 polls to tabulate. I don't know how I'm even going to do this. We might have to have a runoff. Of course, that will only be relevant if we hit the dono goal. We're at 6 out of 10 right now, so it could happen. We've got some of this segment left to go. We got some of this gauntlet left to run. I said I would do a gauntlet for you. I would run the gauntlet of Roseanne. I would subject myself to this mind torture that is the Roseanne Barr podcast for you, since we didn't get through Marjorie Taylor Greene last night. And we could also do something else. We've got Noah Sampson's Craigslist forum wackiness. We have Pod Save America versus Bad TikTok Take. If that doesn't win tonight, that's probably the last night that'll be on the poll. We've got Dom Fockery, who I think no one wants. I should probably sub that out with something else. We got North Korean poop balloons, very popular, very popular. People want to see those poop balloons. They want to see how they pop and what they spill all over South Korea. Right, so that's doing okay. And we got jujitsu boners coming along with 17%, putting them in 3rd place in the one poll they're in, and then 5% on the donation poll. So we might have to do some runoffs if it's even relevant, if we even get to 10 dono goals, but we could. We're within striking distance. It could happen. Most children in the United States live in 2-parent households, so yeah. Well, I mean, he's just full of shit. I mean, he lies. Jesse Lee Peterson lies. He lies a lot. And I am not lying when I tell you that at the top of every hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. We are 20 minutes away from that on Twitch. If you want to avoid that ad break, you can get out of it for free or for $5 by using a Twitch Prime sub. You could also potentially get out of it by being gifted a sub. That can happen. That does happen. But it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. Amazing. 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 Free the boners. Free the boners. That's right. Roseanne Barr continues to sink to new lows. Oh, yeah, we saw her go mask off, anti-Semitic, racist, like just, you know. I mean, she's not as bad as Marjorie Taylor Greene using the T slur, right? But she's still pretty mask off here. Pretty mask off. More mask off than I realized that she actually was. Anyway, I am going to take a quick... Oh my god, that's the wrong button. That's the wrong button. Oh yeah, shouts out to the Fancy Weasels over on Patreon. That is a mega star, and that is Shaxby with the Fancy Weasel membership that gives you a shout out on the show. I forgot to mention that earlier, so I will shout you out now. Shouts out, and there it is. Vriska. And Vriska. And I will be right back after I've peed.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't believe how many men started applauding. It was shocking and sad. This was in Austin too. And I go, why are you putting up with these women doing like this? Why are you doing that? Why are you letting them do that to you? Why are they letting them do it?
Yeah. You know, I totally agree with you. When I first started asking that question, how many of you guys allow women to beat up on you? Why? I was stunned at the number of men who are getting beat up by their girlfriends or wives or live-in, and the men won't do anything. They're afraid to. And now they're telling me that they're afraid to react because they might go to jail.
They will.
Because all the woman has to say is, oh, he hit me.
Yeah.
Or he was verbal abusive. And the man is not even given a chance because the court is not for the man. They're only on the side of the woman. And so a lot of men are afraid. But what's really...
Well, but they're not just on the side of the women. I think they're on the side of whoever is wrong. You know, they're just on the side of the wrong.
Yeah, but and then again, but the real deal is they're afraid of their mothers.
I think so.
When they were growing up, their mother were angry, and she would impose her will on the kids.
I was kidding. I can speak on this, Jesse. No. No, I will say it is a lot of the feminists, because I was born in 78, so I grew up in the 80s and 90s, and I can answer this question why guys put up with this shit. Is we basically were told in first grade, second grade, third grade, and so on, from every angle, from television, from teachers, basically that if you're a man, your job is to keep quiet, don't push, don't fight back. You're a toxic male. And it got worse. I used to talk about this all the time.
Yeah.
And it's men now, they're pussies, but I think they're doing it also because they have to. If they stand
Yeah.
up,
They're kind of
done.
forced into it.
It's just the state. It's just the way it is. And I
Well,
want
what it is, they're afraid of the spirit of their mothers. They were to face their mothers and forgive them for imposing a will on them and turning them away from their fathers. I promise you, if they would face their mother, the hardest thing in the world for the average man to do is to go to his mother and say, Mother, I have been resenting you, angry at you all of my life because you imposed your will on me. You turned me away from my father. And now I feel like something is missing. The love of a father is missing. I can't find my identity. If they face their mother and forgive them and forgive the father for not protecting them from the mother, the fear would be gone and they would be able to deal with every human being in the same way with no fear and with perfect love. And love is not a feeling, but we'll get into that later, but with perfect love. But if they don't overcome the spirit of the mother, they're never going to be able to deal with those spirits in other women, because every woman they get involved with, you become attracted to what you hate. So every woman they get involved with is mama. And so the guy end up becoming the boy, and, the wife end up becoming the mama, and the cycle repeats itself. But 100%. They got to face mama and let the anger go so they can be free of the spirit of the mother. That's what the problem is.
Well, didn't you have to heal, Jesse, from your relationship with your mother? It's very toxic in your early days, right?
100%. And I didn't know it until I finally asked God to let me see it.
Oh my God.
My father was dating when they were like 18, 19. And my mother got pregnant. And she told my father, hey, I'm pregnant. And he's like, no, you can't be pregnant. And he thought that she couldn't get, because they had sex standing up. And so he thought that you couldn't get pregnant if you had sex standing up. Isn't that amazing?
Sorry to laugh. That's amazing.
Isn't it amazing how, like, people are sex shamed and information is so controlled so that people don't even know, how something like pregnancy works? Isn't that amazing? Wow. Don't you want to keep this, like, anti-sex religious shit in power for longer so more people can be confused and think, like, we can't get pregnant if we're wearing underwear? We can't get you can't, like, there's all this shit. Male harassment on top. Oh my God. Meow.
Whoop.
And I used to think the same thing growing up, because that's what they would tell us, that you cannot make a baby standing up. So when I started dating, whenever I would have sex with my girlfriend, I would have her stand up if I could.
What?
Sorry to laugh. I've never heard this.
Yeah. Don't be sorry. It is funny, man, but that was the thinking at the time. And my mother was like, what are you talking about? I'm pregnant. But my father totally denied it. And from that,
he was like, it can't be mine. We did it standing up.
Anything to do with him. And so what happened was she got married before I was born to another guy, my stepfather, who was an amazing father. He was really
an amazing father.
But,
amazing.
I didn't accept him, though, because I had a yearning for my natural father. But and so she tried to keep me away from him, and I resented her for that. But I didn't know it as a kid that I resented her for that, because I would ask her, "Where's my dad?"
Oh my gosh!
And my grandmother.
I remember growing up as a Hasidic Jew, hearing that other Hasidic women, another Hasidic woman saying that the reason that men and women cannot ever swim together in pools is because girls would get pregnant.
Would sneak around and let my father come to see me, my real father, right? Oh. But she got mad at him, and as a result, I was mad at her, and I became just like her. I lived in my imagination.
Oh no, here it is.
I couldn't deal with women in the right
way. So he
way.
has this weird thing where he thinks you become like your mother unless you, I don't know what the solution is, pray to God or something.
I was afraid to stand up to them. But when I moved to LA, And at about the age of 38, I would go into different churches. I'll read the Bible. I was giving tithe and offering and doing everything, volunteer, but nothing was helping me. I still had fear. I still had the anger. So I finally asked God to let me see myself. I'm like, what's wrong with me? I still have this fear, very emotional. I can't deal with women in the right way. And God allowed me to see that I resented my mother. He just allowed me to see it. And it was holding me back in life. He allowed me to see that. And I'm like, wow.
How did that work? Was it just in an instant, or what did it take a time?
Yeah, so somehow they think the domineering mother like causes resentment and emotionality, which he identifies as being a feminine acting man, like having emotion and resentment, like that makes a man feminine. And that I guess what, praying to God and like that's how he became the alpha male that he is today.
It was in an instant.
Freud would definitely have a field day with JLP.
And it didn't happen the moment I asked God to let me see myself. But what happened was one day I was getting up, getting dressed, and I'm in the mirror, and I saw inside of me a quick glance, and inside of me was a dark spirit. And it was.
When he says inside of me, does it sound a little bit like another word? It sounds a little bit like he's saying sodomy, but
it was.
Go on.
Not like the night spirit. It was like a wicked spirit. Those kind of spirits that come through your door when you're sleeping in the bedroom.
Yeah.
And the spirits are kind of flying around in the whatever dark clothes. It was like that.
Wait, it's flying around? Like I've never had this experience before. You're in your bed sleeping, a spirit comes flying around in dark clothes. It's like a Dementor. It sounds like a Dementor like a Dementor from Harry Potter. I got that wild shit in your the Jesse Lee Peterson the Alex Jones video.
And I saw that in me, and I didn't know I had that in me. And I'm like, what the? And,
that's scary.
What did you do?
And so it just happened at a glance, and I knew I had to go and forgive my mother. And so she came to LA to visit her sister, and I'm driving over there, 38 years old now. I'm driving over there, and fear just overtook me. I could barely breathe. And I'm like, why am I so afraid to go and tell my mother I'm sorry for resenting her? And I realized that because I resented her, I had fear of her. I couldn't be honest with her. I couldn't correct her. I couldn't disagree because of the fear. And so I get there, and I had to walk up 2 or 3 little steps at the house. I went in. She's sitting there having fun with her sister. They're laughing. You know how black women laugh real loud. And, and they were having fun.
Yeah, Jewish women.
What did she just?
You're right. They're laughing. You know how black women laugh real loud. And, and they were having fun.
Yeah, Jewish women.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
And so the devil telling me, oh, you can't talk to her now. You're going to mess up her vacation. But I knew I had to forgive her so I could.
Oh, my God.
And I called into the room away from the family. And I told her all of my life, I have been resenting you because you tried to turn me away.
I see a spirit crawl around and rise from the floor.
Father, and I resented you.
We pledge allegiance and sodomy to our Lord and Savior Alex Jones.
And I realize now you cannot help yourself, so I'm sorry for resenting you. And my life's changed, and it has never been the same since.
Wow.
It just
Well, wait, I gotta hear what did she say when you said that?
She started crying, and she apologized, and
Wow.
she said to me, I'm really sorry. I didn't know I had done that to you.
It's weird though. It's weird though. Like, you know, like my understanding of this, like what he thinks that that it's like it's unnatural for a woman to dominate a man, and that like somehow like, you know, male children are vulnerable to this, and the like a mom, like it's because like, you know, his whole thing about forgiving his mom, it sort of implies that his mom is responsible for this emotionality and this you know, feminine I guess you know, characteristics that he's taken on, and it's weird because it's like, in my mind, it's like, wait a minute, like she's not responsible for that, right? I mean, not that like there aren't incidents where mothers, you know, treat their children in a way that's not great, and you know, are responsible for that, but like whatever the hell he's trying to blame his mom for is just not actually her fault. So in order to forgive her, right, it implies that he is like blaming her, that in the first, you know what I mean? Otherwise, it wouldn't be forgiveness.
The first time in my life, she told me about her life and exactly what she had done to me. My grandmother, her mother, had done that to her, and she resented her mother. And I never knew that. I thought my grandmother was an angel sent by God. But my mother resented her mother because her mother did the same thing to her, imposed on her, tried to keep her away from her father and all that. And she told me about her life, and exactly what she did to me was done to her. And it just goes on from generation to generation.
Oh shit.
And
We got to get to this. All thoughts are lies. So chat, this is what he tells to his alleged victims, right? These men that he brings into his home, into his ministry, and well, but by some of their allegations, like, you know, like has sex with them, you know, men who probably have some same-sex attraction but haven't acknowledged it yet, and these seem to be like the kind of men that he takes advantage of. And then after this happened, according to one of his victims, he's like really confused, right? He's like, am I gay? What's going on? Like, what's happening? Like, just Jesse Lee Peterson, his whole ministry is about like not being gay. Being gay is evil. You know, you gotta like overcome this stuff through God. But you know, you know, we just had sex, right? Gay sex, right? So he's asking Jesse, like, what is, you know, please, like, help me out here. Like, I'm lost. I don't understand. Jesse's response to this guy is, all thoughts are lies. Like, you're thinking what the devil wants you to think. All thoughts are lies, right? Like essentially just like deny it.
Every single day, through the media, through the airwaves, through other people, you know, it's just imposed on us, these thoughts that we think they're not even our thoughts.
They're not our thoughts at all. They're not from God, and they're not from us. That's why I tell people all the time, all thoughts are all lies all the time about anything. You're not your thoughts, you're not your emotions, and you're not your body. We are up here. Yeah,
I mean, look, all thoughts are lies. You're not your body, you're not your, wait, what did he say? You're not your body, you're not your thoughts, you're not your emotions. I mean, like, that's fine and well and stuff, but when you're using that to deny same-sex attraction, like he seems to be not just doing, but like counseling, you know, these vulnerable men that he takes advantage of the same, all thoughts are lies. Oh, okay, I guess I won't worry about the fact that, you know, you're saying that gay sex is evil, but we just had sex, right? like how fucking confusing is that?
The real person has the mindset of God. We're a conscious being, but because we haven't let the anger go, we're living below consciousness. But when you let the anger go, all those identities would disappear. They're called ego, right? Vanity, proudness, and proud, and all that. It would disappear. Right. And when that disappears, the real you will appear, and you are a son or daughter of God, and you're already free. You just didn't know it because you live in a false illusion of the imagination.
Wow.
I so agree with you, and all that is biblical too, because you know, I read and study Bible, and all that is very much detailed in the Bible too. It says entities, that each person is made up of many entities.
Absolutely.
Very false, like a screen door floats, you know, like air, just floats in and out, but, you know, don't trap it and keep it with you. Let it go.
Yes.
Just, you know, see your thoughts. Don't be your thoughts, right?
That's deep. 100.
That's deep. Okay, let me give you let's do a little flashback, because I don't know, this is an old video of mine. I don't know how many people have seen it, but
for sure.
This is
Jesse
like
was
the most
embroiled in a
cursed
homosexual scandal in
documentary
October 2020.
I've ever seen.
After his
But Jesse, why will you not speak on your homosexual behaviors?
There's no doubt that there's current victims. I think for sure.
This is
Jesse
like
was
the most
embroiled in a
cursed
homosexual scandal in
documentary
October 2020.
I've ever seen.
After his
So I wonder what's going on with Jesse Lee Peterson, chat. What do you think? Oh no. Oh no. Are you ready, chat?
And then he also asked me, what do you do? I said, I have my own auto detailing business. And at the
So this is the victim. This is the alleged victim here in the bottom left, right? And I don't know what's going on in this group chat, right? Why is there a guy named Woody Johnson in there? He's disclosing, essentially what he describes as abuse that happened to him at the hands of Jesse Lee Peterson, and it's a weird situation.
At the time, it wasn't named Samuel Mexican Car Wash Boy. It was named SCLA Auto Detailing.
So this is his business, right? It was called SCLA Auto Detailing.
So the reason I changed it to Samuel Mexican Car Wash Boy, a quick detour of the story, is because he started calling me that, because that's what he saved me on his number as. So
he saves his number as what was it? Samuel Mexican Car Wash Boy?
I was like, okay, I'm gonna just run with it. I mean, people know me as Samuel Mexican Car Wash Boy. It's me. It's my face. I'm the brand. Cool. I'll run with it.
Wait.
So then,
is it like that he interacted with Jesse on the show as that, and that's why he?
Anyways,
that's what the first thing that came to mind was, like a Majority Report caller, like how they'll get names, Mike from PA or Ronald Reagan or whatever, and like, I mean, like Mike from PA obviously used that branding in his own streaming. That's why it was the brand.
Anyways, at the end of the service, he promised me, hey, you could detail my truck. And I say, cool,
oh my
man. Like,
God, no.
Man, I'm going to get to work on Jesse's truck.
No.
This is nuts right now.
No.
So
yeah, change the title.
Numbers.
Oh my God.
This is in private. Like,
oh my God.
I don't know if I assume you guys haven't been to the Bond Church, but it was in Orlando, where after everybody just talks to Jesse, talks amongst one another, the breakdown of the service. And I go
detailing his
Jesse,
truck. That's great. That's great.
Another thing
that's just great.
I was abused.
Oh my God.
Boy, and that's really like, I don't know if I could let that go. And he's like, forgive and let go. Just let it go. All thoughts are lies. Past doesn't exist.
There we go. That all thoughts are lies, which Roseanne just said, that's really deep. All thoughts are lies. Your past doesn't exist, right? He's using this to hit on this guy. And then when the guy's like, wait, what's up with that? I thought we were supposed to be against gay stuff. Like, he's like, all thoughts are lies. And he keeps going. He keeps pushing. He keeps,
I'm like, you know what? That makes sense. So then I was like, okay, cool.
So, some of these allegations are from men that were clearly of age and just didn't really understand their own sexuality at the time when Jesse came onto them. And, there's probably a power differential thing there.
I would not pay much attention to the thoughts telling me about that stuff, So I was growing. This was in May 2020.
So,
and I met
if this is what I think it is, infamous anti-gay religious leader Jesse Lee Peterson exposed as a homosexual predator and groomer of men in a new viral documentary called Amazing Disgrace. I forgot that's what they call it. They call it Amazing. The documentary is called Amazing Disgrace. Okay, by Church Militant. Also, so Jesse Lee Peter, red name, Shinigami Eyes, marks you red. Church Militant, also marked red.
Tony and
this is Shinigami Eyes, meaning there are transphobic and likely very right wing.
Anthony at the 21 convention in October 2020, because that's when Jesse out of nowhere, and mind you, like, to me, I consider myself still like a newbie, like not even a year of knowing Jesse.
What the fuck is up with that?
He invites me,
thumbnable.
All expenses paid to
that's an ugly thumbnail
convention. I didn't even know who they were, honestly. But I went because I was like, man, I get to represent.
There's somebody
Jesse,
saying Jesse Lee Peterson is innocent.
Jesse's bodyguard and just a ambassador for Bond, because I was like, man, I've been helped so much. And up to this point, no weird stuff. And also, no weird stuff happened at the 21 convention. I shared a room with Jesse. It was just Jesse and I in one room, and then Nick Gonzalez.
So what is can anybody figure out what the 21 convention is?
Is in the other room, right next door.
I think that's this channel.
You can
or something.
Confirm that, Tony, because
21 Studios.
I remember well. Yeah, absolutely.
You escorted us, and I walked out of the room with Jesse. So and no weird stuff happened that trip at all. If anything, it got me closer to Jesse because we had like late night talks, like about life and about my insecurities, things that, you know, was like real deep to me. And he would tell me about, you know, about how to overcome that. And I was like, cool, man. So I left that trip feeling like on cloud 9. So, fast forward to early March or late February. I would have to confirm that on my schedule, because the way I keep track of the dates is not because I wrote them down and all. And here's the thing to all the people that want proof. Jesse, you gonna do this to me? Let me record real quick. Let's do it. Like, that's weird. I wasn't even thinking that to expose him would be to expose myself. Like, and I wasn't ready for that. But anyways, late March, early February, whatever. I had just cleaned the bond office because I got hired in December of 2020. I got
that documentary is by Milo's organization. Wait,
every single Friday. So
that's 21 Studio is Milo's thing.
Up to this point, Jesse and I are close. We're already, you know, long hugs. Him telling me he loves me like a son. He would call me every night, not every night, but every other night, check in. How was work? How was your business? How are you dealing with life? Oh, good, Jesse. Thank you. Thanks for checking in. But it wasn't until that day I went over to his room, and it was a Friday night, and I remember, and this is also because someone asked the question of how can you say he pulled down your pants, like, and to that defense, you made me thanks to whoever left that comment, because you made me remember. At this point, I was already working out like consistently because I was like, you know, motivated. I was like feeling on top of the world. I was working out consistently, trying to make myself stronger. So was Jesse. So I would take off my shirt and he would look at my body like, oh man, like, and I would do it because, oh, Jesse, let me show you the work I've been doing. Look, check this out. I'm not proud of that. I probably shouldn't have done that, but hey, man, whatever. And then at one point I would tell him, oh, I'm working on squats. And then he's like, oh, let me see your legs. So at first it started with like pulling up.
Oh my God.
You know, my pants, like from the boot up to the leg. But then it became, oh, take off your pants. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna just pose right here. And by the way, the whole time the door is locked, so no one saw this stuff. So that's what led to the moment where it first happened. I believe I had taken off my pants, and then it was just me sitting in like my boxers, and then him kneeling in front of me because I was about to, and he would do this pretty often where I would want to pull up my pants, but he would be like, no, don't do that. I'm like, what do you mean, Jesse? Like, stop, man. I'm trying to pull up my pants. He's like, no, come on. Like, and he would just do his little laugh, like, and then, but then that's when he did it, right? And then I went into the silent prayer.
Yeah, and so that's what we watched earlier, and I think there's a little bit too much description.
What's so shameful about it is that,
wait, who the fuck is Woody Johnson? What? This is so weird. Like, they're trying to, this person's just trying to describe the abuse that he experienced, and there's like, just like a Discord name. Is it Discord? No, I don't think this is Discord. This is something else, but there's like, that's weird. It's probably just somebody's username.
Even after that first happened, and I'll answer your question, Tony, but I just want to say one more thing. Even before, like when it first happened, I went home and I was like, that's it, man. Like all your insecurities of you being a homosexual, they're true now. Like this is what you were avoiding and now it's true. So that was so hard to deal with because I never wanted to be that, but somehow I allowed it to happen, and that was so hard to admit to myself. So the next day, I had a job, and I was there the whole day, right? And the whole time I'm thinking about it, like, oh my God, this happened. How can you let this happen, man? Like, what's wrong with you? All of those thoughts inside of my mind. And I called Jesse in the afternoon after my job, and he's like, just let it go. Our thoughts are lies. And I said, Jesse, I'm dealing with now, I'm questioning if I'm homosexual or not. And he's like, he laughs and he's like, that's what Satan told me too. And
That's what Satan told me too. I can't believe this. This is such a bad situation. You got this guy, you know, within the right-wing, you know, Christian movement with so much authority, so much trust in the people that believe this stuff and the people that are fans of him, right? This is I think somebody that was a fan of him. And he's outwardly saying, like, you know, acting like being gay is like the worst thing you could possibly be, right? You know, this is like of the devil and all this stuff. And he's using guys that, like, you know, that like he meets, right? That come to him for help, for, like, you know, counseling. And that's one of the things he does is like counseling, right? He's using these guys for sex. And then when they ask, yo, Jesse, like, I think I might be gay. Like, what just happened? Like, dude, we just had sex, right? He's like, all thoughts are lies. That's what the devil told me too. Haha. I don't know how he maintains the cognitive dissonance to, like, lie to himself about who the fuck he is. And then to try to, like, use his, you know, power within the ministry, within his show to just impose this bullshit reality, this obviously false reality on these vulnerable guys that are just figuring out their fucking sexuality. That is so fucked up.
I'm like, damn, this guy, he's like,
this is why I say Jesse Lee Predator, okay? Like, this is how he moves. This is how he... What a fucking creep.
helping out. He's like making me feel worse about it. So then and then after that, he's like, just let it go. All thoughts are lies. You know, his whole spiel, all thoughts are lies all the time. The last time that I saw him face to face.
So as much as he is, you know, this is why I can't, like, he like a lot of the left, especially like a few years ago, like when Vosh talked to Jesse Lee Peterson, when Destiny talked to Jesse Lee Peterson, I don't remember who else. I think Mix Vivian, like, you know, everybody's going and talking to, you know, he'd call you a beta or whatever, and, you know, amazing, and, like, I don't know, just like this meme machine, right? I can't really laugh at his antics the way that you know, like, that I used to, like, right? It's like when you know this about him, that he's not just a goofball, but he is he's like, you know, allegedly a predator. I don't know. It makes it different. Did Ben Burgess talk to him? Yeah, a lot of people talk to him. A lot of people, you know, and it was just like a funny thing, because he'd ask you, are you a homosexual? He'd ask you, do you love black people? Do you, you know, like, just all this shit. And, you know, you could, it was pure comedy, pure comedy.
He came to my house unannounced after a Friday show or something, I think. And my mom woke me, because I still live with my mom. Yeah, that's beta.
Oh no.
But I live in the back. All right. I live in the back. I pay rent. I pay bills. I work all the time. I'm not, you know,
It's got to justify his existence.
You know, whatever. Anyways, my mom wakes me up. She's like, Samuel, there's a black man outside for you. I'm like, what? I look at my phone and I noticed that it was Jesse calling me and he left texts. Or I think he just called and left voicemails. And then I'm like, oh, I knew exactly who it was. So I went out there. And in hindsight, I wish I would have reported his ass. Because it would have been like, he's on my property, you know, public property. So it would have been like proof for all the proofers. But anyways, he's like, he wanted to, I opened my gate. He wanted to walk into my gate. And I'm like, nah, you're not coming in anywhere close to me anymore. What do you want? He's like, oh, I just wanted to tell you something. Here, come here, come into my truck. So I went in his truck. Oh, no. And I was kind of scared because Jesse, he carries a weapon in his car. It's not a firearm, but it is a weapon that could cause a lot of damage. So
wait,
as any like famous
I wonder what is it? What is it? I wonder what it is. Are we talking like a bat?
Man should, you know?
What is, it's not a gun, but he's got something in his car that could cause a lot of damage.
Or anybody that's in the public image, they should have something to protect themselves, or any man, honestly.
What about women?
So I was scared. I was like, damn, is he about to freaking like off me right now? Cause of, you know, he's scared. Cause that was very irrational for him to come to my house unannounced.
I mean, it's a legitimate question to ask.
Before, yeah, he had. So he
I wouldn't
come to my house
trust him.
once when
Yeah,
I was
absolutely.
painting my sister's room, and he just came and he's like, "Oh, I want to see your work. Like, let me see your work." And I took pride in my work. I take pride in everything I do, like as far as jobs go. In the cars that I wash, everything. So I wanted to show him, and so he came, and then he sat in my couch, talked for a little bit. He was like, you know, we had a little conversation then and there. No weird stuff happened, but anyways, back to when the last time I saw him, he's telling me all this spiel of like, look, Samuel, I know you're like dealing with this and you don't know what to do, but I just want to warn you not to tell anybody your business. Anything you've been through, don't tell anybody, because they're just going to turn on you. Like,
he's trying to silence his victim.
They turn on everybody. Like, if you notice anybody that shares all their vices, all that happens to them is that they get turned on, you know? So I'm like, look, Jesse, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know if I'm gonna tell people, but all I know is I'm done. I'm done with Bond. I'm done with you. I want nothing to do with you ever again. Don't ever come to my house ever again. And I also told him, look, Jesse, I remember the day that you, the day after it first happened, I called you like scared and like confused. And you told me that Satan told you that I was gay. And after that day, I would just question myself, always question myself. I never, ever questioned Jesse, which is another shameful thing. And it goes to the cult personality, like the cult psychology, that you don't question the person that is causing damage to you. You question yourself. And Jesse says, don't put me on a pedestal, but he sets it up to where you do put him on a pedestal. So anyways, what I told him is like, look, I never questioned you, but what I should have asked you, I should have asked you if you're gay. And he's like, no. Before I even said it, he said, no. And then I knew then this guy is gay. Like he is actually gay, but because when you ask somebody a question and they're guilty, it's not all the time, but if they have the answer immediately before you finish what you say, that's like a guilty conscience to me.
How else did he explain that to you?
What happened?
How did he explain that to you when you asked him that question?
That he's not, are you gay? He just said, no. And he said, what happened between you and I, it was a mistake. Like I fell into it. Like it was just a mistake. It was a mistake. It wasn't like because he's a homosexual, it's because it was a mistake for him. So then I'm like, all right, Jesse, I mean, I don't know what else to say. I wasn't having it anymore. Whatever, man. So I was like, that's it, Jesse, no more. Don't ever show up to my house again. Don't ever call me. You and I were nothing anymore. Don't ever call me your son. don't ever tell me you love me like a son, because I understand now you do not love me. If you love me, you would have never done this stuff. And anyways, to answer your question, why am I doing this? Because I gotta warn people. I gotta warn other young men and women too of Jesse. Like, he's a very, very seductive man. He's clever like a fox. He is he's very influential. And he is a liar, man, straight
I don't
up.
know what to say.
It was hard for me to admit that, you know, or like to see that, to face that reality for a long time. But yeah, ultimately it's because he's using the name of Jesus Christ, the religion of Jesus Christ, and God in like a very evil way. And so, to offer a little clarity as to what led me to do it, that's my why. But what led me to like come out and go on this documentary is because when Patrick Rooney released the articles in November of 2021, I believe. Yeah, just last year, November 2021. Yeah. That like shook my whole world. I was like, oh my God, now what I went through is not like a fluke. It's not a one-time thing. And I saw what Jesse had, like he wanted for me, you know? And just to set the record straight, I never had sex with Jesse. Never was, I never did anything to him. I never saw him naked. I never did anything to him ever. It was always him coming on to me, and I just was like helpless about it. Like, because from the first time it happened, I decided to go back after like a few days of thinking about it, mulling it over in my mind. I ultimately decided to go back, and hey, that's on me. That's my fault. I'll take full responsibility for it. But he told me I'll never
Wait. He went back?
do it again. And he did it again, but by this second time he did it, it was like, oh, again, and I let it happen again.
Okay, so this is the 21 Studios. This is they made a documentary. Anyway, that is Jesse Lee Peterson's alleged victim. One of them, actually. I think there's actually, if I remember correctly, this documentary, and then there's like a panel of people, and like what he was talking about was like, there it is. Yeah, it's like a panel. I think these are all alleged victims, if I remember correctly. So it's a pattern, allegedly.
100%. That is. It's in the word. That's what Christian would say. At the beginning of the word, it's in the word, right? But the Christians don't understand it because the preachers don't understand it. They don't even teach the flock that at all. And I tell them
that was kind of rough. Yeah, I really feel bad for that guy.
These are your thoughts. This is you. And when you became angry at your mother, you escaped.
And like he said, he doesn't have any concrete proof, right? He doesn't have like a, like he said, he wished he'd turned the camera on when Jesse was on his property and maybe recorded, but like he doesn't have that proof, but he does have a story that I believe when he tells it, and he's not the only one with a similar story.
You're innocent and went into your imagination, and you grew up in your thought thinking that it was you, identify with it. But when you're tired of the hell that you're living inside of you, because the hell is in you, right? It's in other people too, but it's in you. And as long as you're in your thought, you're living in hell. But if you want to overcome it, you got to start questioning, what's wrong with me? Why am I so angry? Look within, and God will show you that you're angry, and that anger is separating you from him, from God, from love. And he will bring you out of those thoughts, and you will start seeing them as they're going, coming and going, right?
It's the wildest thing to me that this guy is taken seriously as a counselor or as a, wise man with good advice, right? That he's occupies that position. Because he seems so ridiculous, right? And I guess that's his hook. Like, in terms of why he was, temporarily kind of a nexus of a lot of like left-wing content. Like a lot of people did, interaction with him or talked about him or whatever. It's that he's just so blatantly ridiculous and dishonest. But he's got a show, he's got a following, he's got a ministry.
And if you don't identify with them, because they're spirits, they're false identities, they will be taken away from you. Because Satan lives in human bodies. That's why the human heart is so wicked. Satan lives in human.
Kind of puts a whole new perspective on like wickedness, on good versus evil. Like that he's like knowing, how he moves.
All wars are in the human heart, in every person too. When they talk about,
Evil
the
too.
war of good versus evil, well, that's in you, that you choose to do right, despite if you don't get paid.
Karma
That's
too.
right.
Right.
That's where karma is. Karma is.
Yeah. Salvation is of the heart. It's of the heart. Your vices is not the problem. You got those vices because your heart is wicked. Your heart, and anyone that has anger is wicked. Why do you think human beings treat each other so badly? I mean, we all came from God, but look how we treat each other when we're mad. And because the heart need to change. That's what salvation is. And God will change the heart. And then the light of God will destroy the imagination, which is the ego, the nature of Satan. He will destroy that. And Satan will have to go find a home in someone else, and you'll be free. You will have a clear mind. It's so amazing.
You're saying it's very deeply Jewish, and also it's very deeply Jesus, because that is what Jesus taught. He taught that, well, we could go into that for hours.
No, let's
but
do it, because
he
Buddhism too.
taught the human heart and making the walking away from the world and walking into the world of spirit, where that's, like real deep Bible stuff says the real world is 99% spiritual, and the physical.
I was going to guess 99% water.
World is only 1% of the reality.
Yes.
But here we are on this planet believing that 1% is the 99. But
absolutely.
It is.
What?
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I didn't know you knew all that. That's deep.
I mean, it is amazing.
This
Yeah,
is a deep episode.
I love to.
She's going deep.
That's my, a lot of people have hobbies, and since I was a little girl, my
hobby was
hobbies were reading the Bible and having conversations in my mind with God. And I don't know why I was born that. Well, I kind of do know why I was born that way. And
having conversation. Oh no! Wait! Does this like? Reading the Bible and having conversations in my mind with God. I don't know, chat. I don't want to be like anti-religious or anything, right? Or I mean, like I'm not trying to be like retconning her own childhood. So that was what I was wondering about, Gus. That's what I was wondering about, actually. Right? Is this even real? Did she really grow up reading the Bible and having conversations in her head with God? Or because like I mean, either way, like, one way I'm like a little bit like worried, but on some level it's like, well, I mean, no, like I'm sure there's people that are religious that I thought she told us she was Jewish. Her background, her part of her family, I believe, was Jewish, and she grew up in the Mormon church, I guess. Or like I think her family was, you know, in the Mormon church, and they didn't want anyone to know that you know, that they had that background. I don't know how Mormonism is towards Jewish people. I know it's, you know, famously been questionable in terms of its treatment of POC.
Family tragedy had a lot to do with it, but
Yeah.
I'm so glad for it because I always had my anchor. I always had my anchor so strong in that, you know, so strong in knowing that I was connected and that was everything. That I say going and plugging into this wall, like, you know, you plug in a lamp, it's the spiritual power. I always wanted and craved to be close to God and his word and all the things that means.
I was
And
the same
it
way.
got me through everything. Huh?
I was the same way as a kid, and I didn't even understand it at the time. And I've noticed that I do a lot of counseling around the world by phone, Skype, or walk-in.
It's the or walk in. Oh no, God, no, God, no! Don't walk in.
Nearly all of the families, there's one or two of the children who seem to be set apart from the family. They're in the family, the blood family, but they don't really feel like, you know, that they're part of something else is missing. And it seems that God has set aside somebody in that family to use for his message, to put the love out there, right? And I'm counseling with I don't have time to tell you the number of people I've counseled with that gone through all kind of evil spirit issues. I mean, I didn't know it was that bad. I just had no idea
about all the evil spirits out there. Yeah, there's a lot of evil spirits. There's a lot of evil spirits, right? The most evil of the spirits is the one that tries to distract you from the fact that at the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break on Twitch, and it's an ad break that you don't necessarily have to see. What do I mean? I mean that you can get out of the ad break for free or for $5 by using a Twitch Prime or by buying yourself a sub. You could also potentially be gifted a sub, but your best bet on being gifted a sub is to be active in the chat. We got Thumos in chat. We got Thumos. Do you all remember the Thumos? I didn't know what that was. I'd never heard that phrase before. Right? Is it literally Greek? I was about to say, there's a phrase, it's Greek to me. I don't know. It's
doing through the human body, through their mind. But once they go and forgive, everything starts to change. You got
because you know what?
Wait, he's got a thoughts or lies thing? Yo, no, wait a minute. That's interesting. Thomas Jerome Newton says she grew up Jewish trying to assimilate with the Mormons, with Mormons. Yeah.
Yes, everything changes.
Right?
Yeah.
And they actually, those chemicals, this is biblical too, but you know, the liver, the bile from the liver, when you live in anger, that creates heart disease.
That's why they call it bile.
It says, but when you're living in forgiveness and gratitude, of course, you're going to secrete better chemicals that are more in tune with life.
I'm guessing that you're going to want that to go towards North Korean pop balloons, right? We are at 6.5, 65% of the way to unlocking extra content. Within striking distance, I would say.
Yeah.
So it is about you. It isn't about nobody else.
About no one else.
100%. I'm so
As
glad.
an adult, we are responsible for us. We are our world. We are responsible for what happened in this.
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. Roseanne's show is produced by Ambien. I'm surprised that's not in the med kit. Remember how she's selling the med kit? Like it's got the thing with ivermectin and amoxicillin in it for like basically 8 medications that are gonna get you through every crisis supposedly. He has a Discord. You have to be a Patreon to join. They post pictures of their gains, wearing almost nothing or all. Wait, are you talking about Elisha? The Thumos? The Thumos. He just smokes that thing and then he goes Thumos. Thumos, 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 Thumos. We didn't start the fire. Thumos.
So it's up to us to work on ourselves to seek the kingdom of God in his right way, and all will be added.
Yes! That is the perfect place to do an ad. Be like, yeah, fucking God and Jesus is so fucking awesome, right? Hey, if you need to get your liver some help, well, sometimes livers need some help, but we've got just the help that you need. Go to our link, Roseanne Barr loves liverhelp.com, and you can get yourself some liver help before it's too late. Because remember, you only have one liver. You've got one liver to live. You've got one life to liver. There's not enough liver to go around. So get your liver some help today.
You know, we've been helping people with their fatty livers. I see you drinking some wine, and I know that your liver is taking quite the beating the last...
Oh my... What am I watching? What is this? This is the Gauntlet, chat. It's real. It's real. I know that, look, I know that people do these things, and it is somewhat of a trope for streamers to do a gauntlet of some cringe lord's content. And usually it's thought of as a figure of speech. It's a gauntlet. Oh my gosh, that's gaunting. Wait, what's the word? What is the word?
But now there are freaking
daunting. I said gaunting. It's daunting. It's daunting. It's a daunting gauntlet. As the gauntlet is daunting. The Dauntlet. We could call it a Dauntlet if we really wanted to be silly like that. But at the very least, it's a daunting gauntlet. And this one is like really serious. Like, I know you've been drinking that wine, Roseanne. You're drinking that wine over there. I know you got a... Like, he's like saying, basically, I know you got a fatty liver. This is liver shaming. This is liver shaming. Why is this? What are we watching?
Couple months. You're up to about a bottle a day, and I'm with right.
Wait, panty and stocking. Wait, what? That's a weird thing to say to somebody. I know your liver needs help.
Well, I'm on vacation.
Yeah, we are in Hawaii, and you don't have to, but it's nice to drink in Hawaii because you got a creek in the backyard and the birds, and also there's no like.
No, it's totally understandable that you're drinking there in Hawaii, Mom. That's totally cool. But for those of you out there that want to get serious about your liver health today, and by serious I mean buy an unregulated supplement.
I start early. Let's be real. I start drinking 10 a.m. And so, yes, I drink a bottle a day, but I stay up till 2 a.m.
Is this a bit?
I don't know for sure that I have a fatty liver.
Is this a fucking bit? Like, I only say this because she's an actress. It feels like a bit, but I suspect it's not. I suspect it's real. Somehow.
I resent that people may be just looking at me and thinking, I bet she has a fatty liver. Well, how dare you?
I mean, there's actual comedy. That's a great, wow. But I don't know if she means it as comedy. Wait, what? I'm so confused, chat. She's either kind of cooking here, or she has such a profound lack of self-awareness.
You don't know.
I mean, I have I'm pretty sure you have a fatty liver. I'm pretty sure. Let's be real. No, I think you have more energy than me. I think I have the fatty liver. I'm sluggish. My energy.
I think you do too.
You're out there pruning and working and drinking all day long in the sun. You look great. So,
Whoa, slowly drinking. I don't guzzle entire bottle.
No, it's okay. She doesn't guzzle the bottle. It's okay to start at 10 a.m. What,
I say it takes about 12 hours.
Right, but it does,
Wait, what? Takes about, to drink the bottle. Oh, so she does drink the bottle. Okay. Wow, she is talking about an entire bottle of wine. Okay. I mean, wait, is that a lot? I don't know, Chad. Is that a lot?
Still talking aside, alcohol, even if you...
I don't know alcohols, so I don't know if that's like a lot of...
in the proper way. It still does put damage on your liver. So does just the general toxins in the air. And...
Not if you're doing it with the right intention.
Okay.
I thought she was gonna say if it's the right wine. If you get I drink the really good wine. It's not like the poor people wine. I drink the good stuff.
According to Judaistic theory.
Okay, well, I'm just saying this.
I had to drink at 10 a.m. but just watched a race and celebrated. I mean, I guess on a weekend it's not like what people drink mimosas. I've never drank one, but I've heard that people drink them.
Product has 11 clinically proven botanicals that help
they drink those early in the morning.
Your liver, so
it can't hurt.
It can hurt.
It can't hurt. I'm not convinced. I am not convinced. Oh yes, that's never happened before, that a supplement was sold that was later found out to hurt someone. That was later, oh geez, we shouldn't have we put like that's never happened.
Only hell.
And you should do it. Not everybody's as healthy as you. And if you're feeling sluggish at all, if your energy's low, if you don't feel healthy, I mean, we eat shitty food in this country. No matter, everything we're doing is just poisoning our bodies. Just take this product. It'll help your liver. And at the end of the day, there really are few organs more important than your liver.
You know what really hurts your liver? Is
the top of the hour ad break. No.
Bitterness and bile. Like the Democrats, they are full of bitterness and bile towards love.
Okay, chat, I gotta have you vote. 1 in chat if you think this is a bit. 2 in chat if you think she lives like this.
Lovely people such as myself. And the bile of the liver overcomes the heart and causes heart disease. Did you know that?
I did not. So, well, tell people where they get this, because liver, like I said, outside of the heart and lungs, liver's up there is important.
Liver's a pretty important organ. Yeah.
500.
It's a very, very important organ in the body, Democrats. Think about it. Use that.
What?
Organ as well. Try liver health formula.
Oh, because the Democrats don't use their brain. I got it. Okay. Wait, what? What?
By going to getliverhelp.com/RB and claim your free bonus gift. Remember, your liver is responsible for 500 key functions, and it's time to give it a boost in its performance.
This is
go to getliverhelp.com
psychedelic in a bad way.
Hey Ma, guess who?
My Pillow! Yo, the ads are like the best part of this. This is like a Easter basket of beautiful cringe. What else is in the Easter basket? My Pillow. We got. Well, let's count it up. Like we got your 8 random medications that are going to help you stay healthy. If you read this 22-page pamphlet that comes with it, right, you will be better than a doctor. You will be able to fix anything with these 8 medications and the 22-page pamphlet. You're good to go. You're good to go. All right, after that, we've got take your retirement, sell some of it off, and buy into our gold scheme, buy into our silver scheme. All right, put your money in these precious metals because you trust Roseanne, and Roseanne loves gold. So there you go. And then we've got the whatever the hell that was, the liver cleanse. And now we've got mypillow.com with Mike Pillow from My Pillow, Mike Pillow.
Our dear friend Mike Lindell.
Our dear friend Mike Lindell.
And he wants us to talk about those slippers that we always love to talk about. He's offering the same deal.
Does he have slippers?
He has. They're keeping it going. $90 off these slippers that are, in my opinion.
What? No. What does that mean? What does that mean? $90 off the slippers? If you can take $90 off a pair of slippers, how much did those slippers cost? What kind of slippers are we dealing with?
$500 a pair. They're the best.
What? $500 slippers? The pillow itself, isn't it like $50 or something? Did he just save $500 for a freaking pair of slippers?
Talk about. He's offering the same deal he has. They're keeping it going. $90 off these slippers that are, in my opinion, worth $500.
Oh, in my opinion, worth $500, but it's $90 off.
A pair. They're the best shoes I've ever had. You too. And the fact that you can get them for under $500 is already a deal, but now you're getting $90 off. I think they're originally, I don't even know, like $130, $140, something like that. So you're getting them for cheap.
Wait, what? So wait, are they $40 now? Because that sounds to me like you had a ridiculous price point for a pair of slippers at $130. And you could not sell the slippers, and your CEO is like in financial dire straits, I think. Is that right? Is Mike Pillow still in financial ruin? And he decided, you know what? We're going to part with those slippers for $40 now. You can get your slippers for $40 from Mike Pillow. Do I sound anything like him?
Tell you what, if they'd slap a Ralph Lauren label on these things, they'd go for $1,150. I know they would, and I would buy them.
They look like cool ass moccasins, and for people who don't know, it's
how are they? Okay, so what are we talking about? I was imagining like house slippers. What are we talking about? Just like
My Pillow foam inside. It's got
the foam.
An impact gel under that, and then it's quality leather.
Just show the slippers. What is wrong with you?
And suede. So it's like literally
it's got My Pillow material in the slippers. That's what I thought. They're still in financial ruin. He's high on Billy. He's as high as Billy Mays. Oh no. Wait, is there a story about Billy Mays? Like, I know Billy Mays died fairly young. Seeing Roseanne Barr act like this must be a sad moment for people that were fans of the Roseanne show and family sitcoms that was made decades ago.
A My Pillow, soft support around your foot. That's
encompassing each of your feet. And as we know or don't know, everything starts with the feet. When you're a biped, come on, people.
That's true.
That's why half of you are nuts, because you're walking around in bad shoes all the time, especially the women. That's why the women are insane. They're walking around in bad shoes. Go to mypillow.com/RB or call 800-973-9214. To get the best specials ever, go to mypillow.com/RB or...
What am I listening to this? No.
Call 800-9...
We're offering 50% off the My Pillow 2.0.
I mean, do you want to hear her like embarrass herself?
mypillow.com/...
You probably do.
Love it. And also they're offering 50% off the My Pillow 2.0, and you can get a 6-pack towel set for only $29.98 as well.
One time Mike Tyson bought me a Versace towel as a gift, and it was $2,500. Well, that towel was no damn good when I tried to wipe my hairy legs. These towels that he sells at mypillow.com/RB are...
He's reading this, right?
10 times the Versace towel, and at 1/1,000,000th of...
She's reading this. But is her reading it part of the bit? I can't tell, chat. She's a freaking performance artist.
Price.
Like, I can't tell where the actor ends and the character begins.
And they can get your hairy legs, which is quite a testament.
And I noticed that anger affects every fiber of the body. The blood cells, the bone. Anger, because it's evil. Anger is pure evil. And I hear people tell me all the time, we have Bible Thumper Thursday, right, on my show.
Mm-hmm.
And people tell me all the time, when Jesus was angry, they always equate human anger to.
Wait, is it okay to like to thump a Bible? Like, right? Is that like disrespectful? I don't know. Like, is there like rules and regulations around Bible usage? Right? They don't like let you can't like spank somebody with a Bible, right? Or do some people do that? Maybe that's a thing.
God's anger, they think that they're the same and they're not.
Oh, yes, you're right. You're so right.
They think they're the same, but like dummy is not the same. But they believe it is. But it affects the whole body, and the people just don't understand it. But those who are seeking, they're starting to understand it. I want to tell you one thing that happened to me when I was a kid, because I totally understand how God was with you even when you were a kid. I remember when I was a kid, I used to go to church and hear about God. They would sing about God, right? And I remember walking down the road one day, bright sunshiny day, down on that plantation in Alabama. And I said, all right. I said to God, okay, God, if you're real, there is a God.
She was a performance artist before the Ambien?
If you were real, let it rain right now. And it was a clear day, no clouds, no anything. And lo and behold, it started raining. Just like that, it started raining. And it didn't rain on me, it rained down the road in front of me. And I'm like, what the? I couldn't believe
That never
it.
worked when I do that, so that's cool. Congrats.
And then I said, okay. I'm a kid, I'm about 6 or 7 years old, something like that.
Oh, yeah.
And then I said, okay, that's pretty cool. I'm like, okay, God, I want to do one more. If you're God and there is a God, let it thunder in the west. And lo and behold, again.
Wait, what? Is that like a weird thing? Wait, what does this mean? Thunder in the west? What? Is that not like, no? Doesn't it thunder everywhere?
No cloud, no rain, no nothing. It's thunder in the west, just like that.
In the west? What? Was he just like a very well directionally oriented kid? And also what?
And I'm like, what? It was so amazing. And I realized now, and even before now, that God has always been with me. I just didn't know it.
Yeah.
I did not know all that hell I went through when I first moved to California from a plantation at the age of 18 on my own. I went through hell.
What kind of hell did you go through?
There was time when I lived in a roach motel. It had so many roaches.
Okay, so not like a roach motel, I take it, but like a motel featuring many roaches.
I had roaches for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Oh,
But I couldn't afford to get an apartment. I had a job, but I can only afford a cheap motel. So I stayed there and I went through that. I didn't complain about it. I didn't say I got to go back home to mama or move back to my family. I dealt with it, but I just dealt with it without complaining about it. And then
I know what you mean.
I didn't even know.
Complaining really breaks your bones down.
Yes.
God, it makes everything and everybody feel just dark and helpless. To be around somebody who complains.
Yes. Yeah, that's why.
What? She's.
You're not supposed to hang around complaining people all the time because it's evil and it will bring you down too. If you hang around, you're not supposed to hang around. It's not good. What a mess, huh?
Yeah, what a mess. Hollywood's full of nothing but complainers. I couldn't take it. They're living large too in big old mansions.
Yeah.
But all they do is sit in them and complain.
Yeah. because they're miserable. They have the money, they have the house, they have the fame, they get the glory, they go to their little wars and things like that. But inwardly, Roseanne, they are miserable. They have fear, they have doubt, they feel insecure, they feel like something is missing. And I know that for a fact, not only because I know how things work now, but I've counseled with them in private. I would never mention, no matter what happened, I wouldn't mention who they are or their personal stuff. But they're miserable inwardly. That's why a lot of them end up on drugs, because they're trying to find peace. And when I tell them, you got to go and forgive. And before you enter into the kingdom of heaven, you must go and forgive. And when they do it, they feel completed. They really feel whole. They are no longer divided, living in the past or the future, which does not exist. They start to do my silent prayer. They come out of those thoughts and they realize they're not their thoughts. And they're finally having a life. But they thought that money, glory, and fame would bring peace, and it just doesn't work. I've even talked with politicians. I haven't even talked with politicians who have everybody has the same problem. Everyone that has anger has the same problem, and they have been turned away from their earthly fathers, and as a result, turned away from God. And they thought if they got married, if they had this, and they had children, they were going to feel better. Nothing can fulfill you until you forgive.
Oh my God. Okay, that's so like somewhere in here I think is the phrase evil comes through the woman. Can we find it somehow?
To work on it, but then I was like, why?
Right.
Why keep working if it's not, but I never had, because of all my
forgive you and take that away. And then the woman,
some excellent triangulation there.
Yeah, is this what Christianity, I gotta interrupt for a second. This message you're talking, this is probably what Christianity and Judaism and Islam, this is what they're really talking about that we never hear. That message is never.
Yeah, we never get to that because they're too busy making us hate each other.
Or there's Satan playing in like this. I always heard this forgiveness thing. I'm like, why would I forgive anybody that's done wrong to me?
Right.
That just sounds really fucking lame and beta, right?
Right.
But when I'm hearing you today, I'm like, oh, now all these messaging I heard, because I'm not religious, but I follow them, I understand them. Yeah. This is probably what they're talking about, what you're talking about. This is deep.
But they don't even understand it, though. They don't understand it. They're just intellectual scripture reading.
That's the problem.
And they have no insight.
They're not in touch with their own soul and a connection to God.
Bad messengers, and that's what hurts religion. Because a lot of people go, oh, I'm spiritual, but I'm not religious. Well, it's because you're hearing from bad teachers. And I got to say,
I want to do right, but I can't. I only can do wrong, and I don't want to do wrong. I have light unto your feet. It's a kingdom of heaven. It's a state of being.
They are the angriest. I mean, there's women being angry, and then there's lesbians being angry because they won't never let go, like a dog doesn't let go.
What?
Those lesbians, they just want you dead.
What?
Don't they?
Absolutely.
What?
They want you dead. And I didn't.
Doesn't he have a thing with lesbians too? I feel like I've heard him say weird shit about lesbians.
Know that they were lesbians until they said it, because I couldn't look at them and just tell. But they the ones say, and they said they're lesbian, right? And they hate the order of the family. They hate that order. They don't want men to be over their family. They hate God. They're socialists. And so they're evil through and through.
The evil socialist lesbians.
I understand it. So they said it. I didn't. What a mess.
What a mess.
It sounds like Satan that visited Eve. When you were telling that story about Satan visiting Eve in the grocery store, it's like, that sounds like a fat friend.
What?
Right.
Like your man's no good. That's what they sound like. Maybe that's how Satan manifests in the world.
What?
Another interpretation of how that Satan story goes.
Let's hear
I'll
yours.
tell
That's
you,
interesting.
well, I think that it was that the Satan says to her, you are going to be able to help your man to become very, very successful.
He shouts lesbians, one of his soundbite moments.
That's what I think he told her.
I love that.
Yeah.
It's like a 19. Yeah, it feels like strangely out of place. Like the hate for lesbians, that it feels like it's from another time. I mean, like, there is obviously, still hate and discrimination against lesbians. It's just that, like, you don't tend to, I don't know, I guess I don't see it that much, like, on a, like, it's like it's not that direct. It's not like, oh, lesbians. Let me tell you about the lesbians. Like, right? It's weird.
I think he told her that, you are going to help him because he deserves better. Therefore, he's going to give you more, but you're going to help him. And she's like, yeah, I can do that. I can. And then she goes to him, I'm going to help you. And he's like, good, I need some help. So you can see how that worked. And then they say, well, she took the apple and Adam bit it. And one interpretation of that I read that I liked was God said it was Adam that caused the fall because he took the bite. She was already hoodwinked by the serpent, but he should have said no.
If he had
what? With him.
If he had never believed the woman who believed the serpent, men would have been free. We would not have to go through the hell, right? But because he believed her, the woman became his God. We had to pay the price for it. But thank God for Jesus, there's a way out. Because once you forgive men and women, once they forgive their mothers, and I keep expressing mother because most people don't know they need to forgive their mothers.
Mm-hmm.
They don't.
No, it's never talked about.
Right. It reminds me of that clip. It's like not a real clip. It was like I mean, people think it is, but it's like, it's like a fake talk show, and some guy's on it, and he starts going through this like therapy thing of like reenacting his parents, like, I don't know, he's like a pillow. It's like, Mom, why would you do this to me? As he's like spanking the pillow. It's like the weirdest thing. Wait, let me see if I can find it.
And so they try to forgive their father, but it's just,
oh no, there's like a tennis racket.
They didn't forgive the mother. God said for us to honor our parents, and all he's saying is don't resent them. He's not saying that they can come in and live with you and you have to call them every day. And he's just saying don't resent them. They've done the best they could. They couldn't help it. They had no love. And so I want everybody to know, and those who want it, if you want perfect peace and you can have it right here on earth, you got to forgive. Your heart, salvation is about a change of heart from evil to good. And once that happens, the light comes on inside and it will destroy the darkness. It will take the spirit of evil out of your body and mind, and you will have the nature of God, and you will have a clear mind, not living in the past or future, not wanting for anything. And you're like, because God loves us, but we just don't know it because we didn't know about him. We heard about him. We intellectually thought we knew him, but that was just intellectual. But you can know God. He said, my children shall know me by my voice. And his voice is a voiceless voice. It's so amazing. And I hope that somebody catch on and go forgive.
I can tell you
Thank
that's
you
true.
for that wonderful message.
You're welcome.
It is true. It's very true. I know I've done a lot of work. I used to have like rage attacks and go completely crazy.
Me too.
I make the craziest woman look sane.
Yeah.
But a lot of my walk is like your walk. And, to leave my rage and my loss of control and being locked into anger behind has been for a few years now. And my life is so much better.
And
so is my happiness level because I don't have to feel so bad that I acted out,
No, as a matter of fact, you shouldn't feel bad at all because it was never you.
Right.
It was always that false thing working through you. And he would cause you to do the things you don't want to do. And then once you do them, he would say, look what you have done, right? And then he'll make you feel guilty. But
that's right.
It was never you. So there was never a reason to feel guilty. There was never a reason to feel bad because it was never you. And God never judged you. That spirit or spirits of evil was doing that to you. It was never you. There was never a reason to feel bad about anything because it was something else in you. You just didn't know it was something else causing you to do the things you didn't want to do.
Well, I appreciate you being on so much. We've looked forward to it for a long, long time. We're so happy to have had you and be able to hear you and, not have to fight with any idiots. But anyways, I still am going to watch you, and I'm always enjoying and overjoyed to see you be amazing.
Well, chat, on the plus side, there are lots of videos about spanking Pillow Guy talk show, but none of them are the video that I'm looking for. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? It's like, it's on a talk show. There's this... There's this guy, and he's like spanking a pillow. I remember this, and like I think I thought it was real at first, right? That it was really like some dude with like issues, like it's like spank the gay out of. Oh my god, what was this? Does anybody remember this? There it is. Oh my god. This is real.
Good thing Rodney Pete is a football player, because with those two babies, he is going to need a lot of strength and endurance to discipline those two kids. Kids are a handful, and disciplining them is so important. Wouldn't you agree?
I would absolutely agree. Good-looking man. It reminds me, actually, I don't think I would be married today to my wife and 3 children if I hadn't been disciplined so properly when I was a child. I was 5 years old, and well, kids do this. They don't know better, and they will get naked with other kids, and sometimes they'll pour sand on each other's butt cracks. And well, it just happened to be one of those days, and my mother, thank the Lord, happened to look out the window. She sent Kevin home, and she was going to let me know. There was one sentence that really rang true. It sticks with me today.
Yeah.
And it's the one sentence that I hold with me now that really made me who I am.
And what sentence is that? She ran over you?
Save the children.
Save the children from the evil that came through the woman.
Greetings, Earthlings, and human beings, and others, and all members.
So yeah, she's got Chelsea Gabbard, Kevin Sorbo, Tyler Fisher. I don't know who some of these people are. Greg Gutfeld, Jim Brewer, Jim fucking Brewer. John Lucra.
Greetings, humans and Earthlings together, as well as any members of the animal kingdom who might be joining in.
So you see. Cool.
Yeah.
I like it. Let's tell people where you are, because
I'm in the museum.
What is the museum?
I'm in the museum that I created.
Mm-hmm.
It's called the Intergalactic. It's called, Camuela Intergalactic Center for gynomorphic resonance. Join the Diet Smoke community and discover
Diet Smoke
for you. Visit dietsmoke.com today.
What the fuck is Diet Smoke?
At the checkout and get.
She's selling Diet Smoke,
including their entire new lineup of gummies and flour. Oh my God, I'm so.
Wait. Is that flour? As in, is she selling CBDs and THCs? Chat, what is that? Diet Smoke. What does that mean?
Yeah, it's been in it. Thanks for having me. And I just want to say I've been a fan of you for much longer than you've been a fan of me, so I'm flattered.
That's probably true. How long have you been famous?
Oh God, famous. 6 years maybe.
6 years ago is when you got famous. That was your first song.
That was
rap, whatever it's called.
No, it's a song. Yeah, that was the first one that
Is
went.
that what they're called now?
Yeah,
Songs?
yeah, that was the.
Oh wait, I feel like we forgot something from yesterday. This might be more interesting. I don't know. I just need a break from Roseanne.
A conservative YouTube channel that has, in my opinion, one of the best
3 months ago
YouTube channel names of all time, because I relate to it, Generally Irritable, has had, well, they're creative, let's just put it that way. And they've got some videos, it's a conservative channel, so they've got some videos poking fun at me, and I have a sense of humor, so I'm totally fine with it. But one of our viewers had sent me the video that we're about to show you, and I loved it so much, and I thought it was so funny that I couldn't help but want to share it with you all. It took a while for me to get in contact with, the person behind the channel. Erica Reddick is her name, and I did get permission from her to use the video. The video we're going to show you, though, was changed by us a little bit because some of the videos used were copyrighted, and I
feel like I've seen this before. Anybody recognize this? This is like a conservative rap song about Anna Kasparian. How would it get worse than MTG? You invite Tom McDonald on. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna look at the poll one last time. We are 65% of the way to the dono goal. So that means I don't know if we're gonna get there or not, right? Noah Sampson's at 41%. North Korea poop balloons at 30% in the shorts poll. 52% for Noah Sampson, 20% for North Korea poop balloons in the not so shorts poll. And then in the poll of the stream that died, 43% Noah Sampson, 28% North Korean poop balloons. So, and then we put that together with the fact that North Korean poop balloons stands to get like 15 extra points. I mean, I'd say it's close. I'd say it's really close, but it may not matter. We'll see if we get there to 100%. We are 6.5 out of 10 at the moment. So
didn't want to violate the copyright.
It may not be something I even have to compute. I have to calculator
rules on YouTube. So I wanted to give you that warning ahead of time. But if you want to see the original video and you're curious about the channel.
What? Wait. So I'm trying to understand this. It's not the original music because the original music is copyrighted?
Again, it's called Generally.
Wait, what is this?
Irritable. They also commissioned the music.
They should have been called the Irritable Bowels. That would have been a good name for a conservative rap group. The Irritable Bowels.
From the Beats Ballistic Artist Kingdom. And yeah, and the site is ballisticblade.com. So we'll have, some links in the description.
This was before her turf turn? I mean, it says it's 3 months ago.
box if you want to check it out, but I do want to give them credit for it because I think it's really well done. I think it's super funny, and I'm not gonna lie, me and my husband sometimes sing it when we're at home, like randomly. Without further ado, here is the video from the YouTube channel, Generally Irritable.
Like, don't minimize the financial burdens associated with these things, okay? Because like, I am literally freaking the out about the charging station thing. Like, it's gonna cost, we're gonna take out a massive loan. Give me the money. Give me the money, okay? Give me the money. Give me the money.
Is this where give me the money comes from? This is not like, look, I love the idea of featuring like fan art or, you know, whatever, especially like if another channel, you know, makes something about you or with you and, you know, you like it, right? I could see, but this is just not.
Endless pressure.
Is it because of is the music better if you go to the channel?
Pressure. Give me the money. Give me the money, okay? Give me the money. Give me the money. Give you off, okay?
No, you can't do that.
Like give me the money. Give me the money, okay?
She really is saying give me the money these days.
Give me tax credits. I don't give a about tax credits. I don't give a about tax credits. I don't give a about tax credits. Tax credits. Tax credit. Get what I'm saying?
DJ Danarchy does not. This is not like a competitor emerges, right? This is like. I think DJ Danarchy's job is safe.
About tax credits. I don't give a about tax credits. I don't give a about tax credits. Tax credits. Tax credit. Get what I'm saying? Give me the money. Give me tax credits. Give me the money. Give me the money. Give you off, okay?
No, you can't do that.
Like I don't give a about tax credits. I don't give a give me the money, okay? I don't give a give me the money. Give me tax credit. Give me tax credit. Get what I'm saying? I can't take it.
God, that was so well done. Okay, so a lot of
I love how they make fun of me.
Videos got changed due to the copyright issue, but
I don't get it. I don't get it. The video, okay, wait, so the video got changed? But wait, why would the video, oh my God, I'm so confused. It is not anywhere close to Danarchy level. Yeah, it's pretty tame, but it's also not good. It's just, it's the kind of thing that like, I wouldn't share, you know, if I made that and I was like, all right, got done with, there it is, there's the final, yeah, you know what, I'm just gonna keep this to myself. That's okay, that's not a project for, but no, they're like, Anna, you gotta see this, let's put this video up.
you should watch the original because the cussing is in it and it sounds
Okay, so the cussing is in the original? How is that copyright? That sounds like you don't want to get demonetized for the cussing.
better with the cussing.
I have to hear that, yeah.
Yeah, so well done. How did they do that? I wasn't singing, obviously, when I was going on that rant.
How did they do that? Oh my God, I've never heard of somebody pitch shifting someone's voice. Is that a thing? Oh my God, it's only been a thing for like 20 years.
And I'll
You weren't?
No.
Oh my God.
I'm not a singer. I try sometimes. But
Auto-tune. Got apps for
Auto-tune
that.
can do that?
You
Like,
just
that's
find a Gen
impressive.
Z person.
Okay, wait a minute. Is this somehow like a re-upload or something? Because this, like, they're not talking like it's 2024. This is a weird conversation to have in 2024.
How good was that? That was so good.
It was pretty good. I think I know, there were a lot of ways that it was good. I think one way that might make you like it, that you may not even realize is one of the reasons you like it.
Okay, tell me.
Is that because they used the same clips of you many times, the entire video is effectively Cenk trying to talk and you cutting him off over and over and over and over again.
You know what?
How is this?
That is probably something that's playing a role subconsciously in how much I love that video.
They keep cutting to him like
how is this?
About to talk and then you just go right back into it. I think that is, you've been pent up with how much he's cut you off for the last 16 years.
17.
And you needed the 17 years. and you finally got revenge.
Honestly, once the beat dropped and it went to the part where I'm like, I don't give a fuck about tax credits. I was like, oh my God, this is so good. It's so good. Okay, so the
Well, this is public content for TYT. I get fan work occasionally, but I don't understand showing anti-fan work. This should have been on paid members only private episode. Well, wait, okay, so are they making fun of her? I can't tell. I can't tell. Like, it doesn't seem like it. It doesn't seem like
context in case you guys
like, if you want to make fun, if you're a right winger and you want to make fun of Anna Kasparian, you get the 2016 election night video and you just use that, right? There's so many, there's like, right, if you really want to have a go at Anna, that's like, so it makes me think they didn't want to. And wait, this is 3 months ago? Are you sure? I think this is like after she became a TERF.
Wondering like, what the hell?
I think I can guess.
So Cenk and I, it was during a bonus episode actually, and I got super annoyed because there's like leftists that hate watch the show and they like look for things to cut out of context to make me appear like I'm this like rabid right winger who hates progressive policies and like doesn't want to.
Yeah, no, I only talk about how much I fucking hate progressive policies all the time.
Respond to climate change. No, I was sharing a personal anecdote about what we're experiencing in our building, where some of the people who live in the building want electric cars, which is fine, but they don't have a place to charge it, so they want to like install charging stations for every unit in the building.
Every unit?
Every unit, yeah. That's a lot of money. Yeah, every parking, every unit has its own parking. And so each one, so every person who decides to get an EV would be able to charge it. Again, I understand why people would want it. It's just that with a building like that, it's gonna be very expensive. So in the HOA meetings, we look at quotes and.
Is this smart? Is this any kind of content strategy to like vent? Like, do I do this, chat? Do I vent at you? Do I tell you about like the horrible stuff that's like, I can't believe
how much we would have to take out in a loan? And I was pissed. I was really upset because what we keep hearing over and over again from Democrats is, no, we don't want ordinary people to absorb the financial.
Well, what did the Democrats do to stop my building HOA from proposing to install electric vehicle chargers?
Burdens associated with transitioning, and so we're gonna do this and we're gonna do. There are no options for our building, basically. So we're gonna have to take out that loan, and that's a big financial burden. So there are some people like myself who's been fighting it because I don't think that we should take out a loan. Every year without fail, if you're in an HOA situation, there's gonna be your money.
Let me tell you about my HOA in this like really expensive building I live at. Or the building, or is it like a neighborhood?
HOA fee, which has consistently gone up every year. And then on top of that, there are these things called special assessments where something breaks in the building, there's a plumbing issue or what have you, and everyone has to pitch in to pay for it in a special assessment, a one-time extra payment. And then on top of that, so on top of the monthly HOA fees, on top of special assessments that you should expect at least once a year.
How is this part of this video? How does she think this is still interesting?
Then you're gonna have an additional payment for a giant loan. And I was complaining about it, right? Because listen, I'm gonna be fine, I get it, I'm gonna be okay. But most of the people living in my building are elderly and on fixed incomes. So it's gonna be rough for them.
And unlikely to use the chargers in the short term.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, look, I'm sure they've made the argument that theoretically it raises the property value of your unit.
Yes, and it does, but I'm not looking to sell my property. Like, I get that people are obsessed with their property values. Believe it or not, I'm not. I want a dwelling to live in. Like, that's what I care about. But yeah, I do understand that. It would increase the value of the property. But again, that's not the issue. The issue is, if a state like California is insisting on banning the sale of gas-powered cars honestly, pretty soon, in
think it's 35, I think.
35. 2035, we're gonna blink and it's gonna be
It's pretty soon. In 11 years.
And so if we're gonna be forced to buy a certain type of vehicle or transition to EVs, then there needs to be a genuine discussion about how we're supposed to do that. Because it is gonna be a financial burden. And so
So an HOA is like a condo thing?
That was what the discussion was about. And Cenk responded to me with like, don't you get like tax credits or something? And I was like, I don't.
So this is what the story is about? She like wants to interrupt Cenk because he
give a fuck about tax credits, and I don't.
Oh, that's where the fuck about tax credits thing.
I don't. But you know what? You know how tax credits work.
Okay, I'm glad that you said I don't give a fuck.
She emotionally went into this whole thing again, right? Like this is something that apparently she's gone over on show before. That's where the I don't give a fuck about tax credits comes from.
About tax credits, because I was worried that when we're discussing this right now, you were being too level-headed and not providing material for a sequel to the music video in case Generally Irritable is watching. But you did drop a couple of F-bombs, and I think that that's what they need.
No, I mean if they want to, cool.
In case Irritable Bowel is watching.
But like that music video was.
It's a housing subdivision, maybe.
Good.
It was very fun, yeah.
Endless pressure. But honestly, when I watched it. Man, I'm a character. I get too animated sometimes when I'm upset. I need to maybe reel it in a bit. But I feel like you guys like it. I feel like it's entertaining for people.
Yeah.
It's not done on purpose. It's just who I am. But
you know what I love is, so I see that this was uploaded about 8 months ago, and you say that you and Christian will just sometimes randomly sing it to each other.
Yeah.
It's one of the things about the internet that I love. When there's something small that theoretically might stick around for people other than the creator, so long that the creator may not even think about it. We have a couple of songs that Barr sometimes plays or Edwin sometimes plays to like get us hyped up before shows sometimes. And there's one, it's the theme song to DuckTales, but it's dubbed in audio from Alex Jones talking about chemtrails, and it's hilarious. It came out years ago. We've played it 1,000 times, and I'm sure the person who edited it does not even remember making it.
That's
but we still
amazing.
listen to it to this day.
you know what actually?
Okay, now I want to see that Alex Jones DuckTales. Wait, where is it? Where is it? Where's the Alex Jones DuckTales? Chat, this is real? Is this real? Can anybody find this for me? I don't see it. That sounds so good. DuckTales, but with chemtrails instead. That's the actual DuckTales. Don't want to click that by accident.
I love you, dude. I love you, but you gotta let me talk.
Highest level military intelligence. Tell me more about it.
Are you waiting for your turn to speak, sir?
Oh wait, this is like Alex's Jones's one. It's not real? I want to hear the Doctor Who DuckTales song. Is he just making it up to try to hide his secondhand embarrassment?
Are you listening?
Tell me about the highest level military intelligence.
You keep interrupting me.
Because you're lying! You're full of shit! I will not suffer your two people after this!
Anyway, that's wait, is that Copeland? All right, so we are at the natural end of this stream, and it looks like we are only 65% of the way there towards the sub goal, which is not gonna work out. But yeah, this has been a. I hope you liked your Roseanne Barr gauntlet. I suffered through as much as her as I possibly could. Wait, how is this real? How is this real? I thought it didn't exist. Is this gonna secretly be like the gnome? Okay, Shakespeare has just sent me the actual video to the DuckTales. Wait. Shakespeare? This isn't... Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Shakespeare. This isn't the video. This isn't the video I was looking for.
I'm a gnome, and you've been... No!
Did you just gnome me?
Solve a mystery.
Oh no, that is a little too much. Okay, well, there's a reason. Okay, I was thinking it was gonna be like that you take Alex Jones's voice and remix it into like singing the song. Like I thought they were gonna like recreate the song. But yeah, this is old enough that it's like when YouTube was like, you just upload shit and it doesn't matter if it's copyright, it's okay. Skip 10 seconds? Wait, does it change after 10 seconds?
The tyrant is obedience to God. Gay bomb.
Okay, well, that's definitely the actual music there. That's the actual real music. Props to whoever just gnomed us. Yeah, right? I thought it was real, but it was just gnomes. It was just gnomes. Oh well, chat. Yeah, that is going to be it from me today. Thank you for stopping by. We'll try the see if we can hit the sub goal again. Noah Sampson did pretty well. So did the North Korean poop balloon. So I guess we'll keep those along. The rest of it can, yeah, just sail off into history, right? Pod Save America, Dom. Wait, no, yeah, Pod Save America, Dom Fockery. We're done with you. We're done with you. You're off the list, but we'll try it again tomorrow. We'll see. Or actually, will we? Will we? Am I on tomorrow? I'm not even sure, chat. I'm not even sure. But yeah, thanks for sticking with me, and sorry about the stream quality for those watching on YouTube. Just can't be helped sometimes. Anyway, I will see you tomorrow or Tuesday. Bye.